And good morning, racers. Welcome to Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day at the PRI Hoosier 500 mile race. It is Saturday qualifications. We will kick off qualifying in earnest this morning, ending the day with one spot locked in on the grid. That's the 40 Racewear Pole Award. As we begin to whittle this entry list of 128 drivers, a record at the PRI Hoosier 500, down to just the fastest 33 by the end of the day on Sunday. Well, welcome, racers and fans, anybody tuning in across the world. Excited to finally get here Saturday. This is one of my favorite days of the entire event. Getting to see really where the chips start to fall. You know, you take all the shroud and the cloak of mystery away from practice, and it's time for drivers to start really laying their cards on the table and seeing who has the outright pace to be one of those 33 here at the Hoosier 500. Well, we'll open up the festivities in just a couple minutes heading into the first qualifying session. Again, only for competitors who are part of the Group 1 initial qualifications draw. That is only for people who indicated on their entry form that they wanted to be part of Group 1 and were drawn on Thursday evening, a time slot into Group 1. So that's what this session coming up from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States is for. If you're not on that entry list, this session is not for you. If you're a Group 2 qualifier and you indicated that on your entry form, wait until 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's when that session will open up. And if you're in neither of those options, if you're not a Group 1 or a Group 2 driver, then make sure to wait until 3 p.m. Eastern time, United States time. That's when open qualifying begins. So we're going to get ready to hop into the sim. We'll be back with you in just a couple moments with some additional instructions and details around procedures for qualifying at the PRI Hoosier 500. Give some extra clarity, and then the first car hits the track at 6:10 a.m. Eastern. Speak again in just a couple minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Just about 5 minutes until we roll the first card. That'll be Noah Hindley. We'll give a little rules briefing prior to that point, and we'll get started. All right, just checking in. Make sure everybody can hear me in sim here. Welcome, brother. All right, everybody. For those that are in sim already, getting ready to kick things off here in just a few minutes. Obviously, I put a little briefer in the chat and Discord this morning as far as key rules. Again, just to go over the basics on procedure here. When it's your time to qualify, the previous run is concluded. Probably be a few moments while we button up final numbers, and then we'll switch over to your car and change our broadcast camera to be on you. We'll ask you to reset your car so that shows up on stream. At that point, once you reset the car, you can proceed to the end of pit lane, stop right before the pit exit line, come to a complete stop, and then we will clear you out to the track to begin your qualifications attempt. From there, once you leave the pit lane, you'll have 60 seconds to make it to the start-finish line and complete your out lap. Once you reach the start-finish line, the first time by, that'll begin your warm-up lap. There's no time on the warm-up lap, but you do have to maintain at least 200 miles per hour throughout the entire lap. If you dip below that 200 mile an hour number, then your run will be waved off and your attempt will be burned. Once you hit the start-finish line the second time by, that'll start your qualifications attempt and give us 4 good ones from there. In 2 minutes, we'll start with the 52 car, Noah Hindley. Dylan Smitherman is next. After that, the 140, Jim Herrick, is third. And we'll roll from there. Thank you, guys. And for those joining us on the broadcast, you see some overlays already up on the screen. We've got our countdown to 7:50 p.m. Eastern time in the top left corner. Right now it's at 13:41. We'll officially have 13 hours and 40 minutes of qualifying time today. And not all that will be used because there'll certainly be downtime when the qualifications line gets a little bit ahead of schedule. You know, if we get 30 or more minutes ahead of schedule, we'll stop the qualifications process and wait to catch up a little bit. But here we go. It's 6:10. Time to roll. All right, for the 52 car, please reset your car and proceed to the end of the pit lane. You may proceed to the track and begin your qualifications attempt. So the 52 car of Noah Hindley, it's the Speedway first. He's the first car on track, part of the armada of cars from the Sim Racing Club at Purdue University from West Lafayette. So looking forward to seeing how those gentlemen do throughout qualifications this weekend, see if they can work their way into the PRI Hoosier 500. As you see, Noah easily will clear the outlap timer. And once the outlap timer runs its course, we let it just kind of run fully out, even if he's already crossed the line. Flips up our partner and our sponsor for Pole Day qualification, Swift Penguin Creations. And here we go. Here's the first time lap starting now for Noah Hindley. Little scrape of the wall, at least on our screen. There in the north chute. Let's see how this first lap nets out. A 39.537. A little quicker on the second lap for Noah. The time is a 39.498. Good for just a shade under 228 miles an hour. He goes exactly 1/10 slower on lap 3. The time changed to a 39.598. And the difference in mile per hour just short of 0.6 of a mile an hour. Here's Noah Hindley, brings it through the north chute to complete the first qualifications attempt for the 2025 PRI Hoosier 500. He's clean off of turn 4. And the car actually sounds underpowered as he comes across the line. I do believe that car ran out of fuel. So first attempt in the book, 226.729 average speed for Noah Hindley. All right, now time for the 128 car. Smitherman, please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. You may begin your qualifications attempt. Car 128, proceed to the track. Will say I was a bit tardy to start the outlap timer on that one, but Dylan clearly there with plenty of time to spare, even with me running a bit behind there. Driver of the 128 car, also a member of the Sim Racing Club at Purdue, so we'll see if he can best his teammate in his first qualifications attempt at the PRI Hoosier 500. First timed lap in the books, 39.415. So much better than Hindley's first lap. That was a 39.5. And off to a start in the 228s for Dylan Smitherman. As you see on the pylon over there on the left-hand side, it's a little funky until we get basically around 14, 15 qualifiers. It'll sort itself out, and I think it'll actually look pretty nicely once we get into the day. Slower on lap 2, 39.552 for the driver of the 128 car. Second car out on track here in pole day qualifications. Roaring around though to complete his third lap. Unfortunately, a couple taps of the wall there in the south chute here on this fourth lap. Dylan just trying to bring it home. Big lift in turn 3 on the fourth lap, and Noah Hindley ran it out of fuel coming off of turn 4 in his first attempt, so a bit of a miscalculation there on his first run. Pausing for just a second because it appears in sim that the fourth timed lap was not captured. So just a moment while we take a look at iRacing here. So we have a little bit of time to do a little bit investigating on Dylan Smitherman's run as he crossed the line for that fourth time lap. And we're consulting with the driver to see if we see anything different on his side. In iRacing, it did not log a time for that fourth lap, which does happen from time to time with internet issues and dropping out at certain points in a lap. So getting a little confirmation, Jim Herrick would be the next driver up in the qualifications queue, but he is not in the sim just yet.
Do you hear me in here? Nothing crazy.
Okay, driver of the 128. Whoops. For the driver of the 128 car, okay. So this is what we're going to do. Obviously, we saw you cross the line, and unfortunately, iRacing didn't time you on that fourth lap. Not necessarily your fault, because we didn't see any connection issues leading into that. So what we're going to do, since there's nobody else immediately up in line, 140 Herrick and 530 Osterman are not here right now. We're going to have you requalify, so your pass attempt did not count. So please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane for your qualifications attempt. Please proceed out to the track. So Dylan making his way out, easily crosses the line with time to spare on the out lap. So yeah, strange occurrence there. He does not get a registered time on the fourth lap. Bit of an oddity in iRacing that honestly through the first 2 years that I ran race control for this event, I think I only saw that one other time with nearly 350 qualifications attempts. So strange to see it on the second run of the day, but it does happen from time to time. And off we go. So Dylan to complete his warm-up lap. Don't want to penalize the driver in a situation like that. Obviously, he had even soldiered through a run that he hit the wall a couple times and was just trying to make it to the end. So, would have certainly taken the run had iRacing timed the lap. Fortunately, that's what we go off of from official timing and scoring. So, asks us to take another run at things. First lap. 39.394. Second lap in the books for Dylan. There's a drop off on lap 2. And again, this is still his first official attempt. We saw that car get a bit wild on laps 3 and 4 here. Yeah, he corner exit, gets into the wall in turn 3. He's definitely off the pace in this fourth lap. Might be a handful. Big drop off as we expected there on lap 3 after getting into the wall. So Dylan brings it off turn 4. Now let's make sure that this lap is recorded. It is. So that's a completed attempt for Smitherman. 225.686 is 4-lap average. He is behind his teammate, Noah Hindley. Making the call for 140, Herrick, to make his initial qualifications run, but as we see that he is not in the session, we will skip ahead to 530, Osterman, to make his initial qualifications attempt. He is also not in the session currently. So we'll now move ahead to number 67, Smith. Jacob, please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane and stop at the end of the pit lane to begin your qualifications attempt. All right, you may proceed out to the track and begin your qualifications attempt. So Jacob Smith, also of the Sim Racing Club at Purdue, and it was just a bit of chance that they all ended up with the first 3 runs here. Certainly, Hindley and Smitherman were back-to-back in the qualifications draw, but Smith would have been 5th in line had Jim Herrick and Justin Osterman been on hand to make their initial qualifications attempt. Unfortunately, they weren't, so they missed their place in line. And we skip ahead to Smith, and that makes it 3 Purdue drivers right in a row to kick off Hoosier 500 qualifications. So pretty cool there. Jacob coming around, completing his his warm-up lap. And he's on the clock. First lap across the line. Smith with a 227.491. That's a 39.562 on the stopwatch. And just looking at the trio of Purdue drivers that have gone to this point, Hindley's first lap, a 39.537. Smitherman's was quicker, 39.394. and then another 39.5 for Smith on the first lap. With each driver, though, we have seen, for the most part, well, I guess it wasn't for each driver. Hindley did go quicker on his second lap, but Smitherman and now Smith both go slower on their second lap. So we'll see how the third lap nets out. Not too bad on the fall off. Jacob brings it around turn 4, looking to complete his first ever qualifications attempt at the PRI Hoosier 500. And it looks like he's also out of fuel. So a miscalculation from the Purdue gentleman. He limps across the line. And that completes Smith's attempt. 225.225 on the speed average after that. Huge drop off, obviously, coasting over the line at 220.410. Next up to qualify, number 41, Trent Curtis. Seeing as though Curtis is not in the sim currently, we will skip along. Now calling number 131, Christian Hilgard, to make an attempt. But he is also not in the sim, so we will skip his spot in the initial qualifications order. That brings us to number 64, Nicholas Hamm. Nicholas, please reset your car and then proceed to the pit exit to begin your qualifications attempt. All right, you may proceed to make your qualifications attempt. So Nicholas Hamm takes to the track, our first non-Sim Racing Club at Purdue driver of the day. Nicholas' sponsor on board is Midwest Esports, carrying the banner for Master Plan Motorsports, his race team. Driving a Honda. Easily makes it across the line on the outlap timer. And now just has to stay above 200 miles an hour for the warm-up lap. So for the first timed lap, Hamm crosses the line, and we do not see times popping up for Nicholas here. Nicholas, we're going to call you in on your qualifications attempt. Times are not being posted to iRacing, so we're going to waive off your attempt for now. Please return to the pit lane, and we'll see if we can have you complete a second attempt. So, Nicholas, your first attempt did not count. We're obviously not going to count that, just as iRacing didn't count Dylan's laps. But we will ask you to reset your car at this time and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, you may proceed with your qualifications attempt. So if you're just joining us, iRacing was not recording Nicholas's times, did not record the warm-up lap, and did not record the first and the second lap. So we'll see what happens here. And it does record that one. So Nicholas out on his first timed lap. Brushes the wall on corner exit. Henry Bennett would be the next driver in line. Don't see him in the room currently. It's a 40.130 for Nicholas's third lap. That's 224.271 miles per hour. Nicholas making his first attempt at qualifying at the PRI Hoosier 500 this year. Eligible for Rookie of the Year honors. He brings it off turn 4, and this run will count. Thank you, Nicholas. All times were recorded on that outing, so thank you for the rerun. And that run counts, but only as your first official attempt. The first time that you're out on the track, we waive that off. That does not count against you, so you still have 2 attempts remaining. Well, next in line would be the 700 car of Henry Bennett. But he is not here just yet. So he will lose his spot in the initial qualifications line. Next up after him would be the 101 of Christopher Hill. The Hill is also not in the room, so he will lose his attempt. I'm sorry, not his attempt, but his spot in the initial qualifications line at this time. We would call on the 122 of Kevin Burrell, but he has forfeited his spot in the initial qualifications line by not being in the room. Next in the order would be number 47. Varun Pothamsetti, but he is not with us in the room presently, so he will lose his spot in the initial qualifications order. The number 93 of Josh Chin would be next in the order, but he is not with us presently, so he will lose his spot in the initial qualifications line. That brings us to the number 23, Jordi Vermeulen. It is now your turn to qualify. Please proceed to the end of the pit lane and wait for instructions to begin your qualifications attempt. So as Jordi was not on the pit lane when we called his name, obviously we watched him load in. Did not have to reset at that moment. You may proceed to begin your qualifications attempt. Vermeulen driving the blue Mixer Chevy, blue racing by VR. coming to us from the Netherlands. Our first international driver to hit the track on this Saturday morning. Easily makes it across the timeline with plenty of time to spare on the out lap. Hovering at just about 225. That minimum speed, you got to keep 200 on the warm-up lap, but no problems here. And he's on the pace now. First lap, 39.441 for Vermeulen. That's good for 228.189 miles per hour. 97 laps in practice turned coming into today for Vermeulen. 21st fastest was his fastest lap of the 81 drivers who had made a lap in official practice so far this week. Just a little bit slower on lap 2. Just a little bit more drop off there on the third lap. Vermeulen not quite bringing it too far underneath the line there in turn 2. You see the left side tires right on that white line. It's always interesting to see the driver's preferred lines through these corners, and a spin off of 3. Vermeulen in the wall, and that'll bring a premature end to his qualifications attempt. Okay, the next driver in line for qualifications, number 39, AJ Hobson. And seeing as the 39 is not present in the sim right now, we'll skip his spot in the qualifications line. That means number 86, Noah Carmichael. It is your turn to qualify. Please present your car on pit lane. You may proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, go ahead and take to the track, Noah. Good luck. See Carmichael, first driver that's really pushing it on the out lap timer here. 16 seconds as he comes around turn 4. This is going to be tight. I think he'll be good, but it's going to be close, and that's what you got to do sometimes, push the limits. Comes across the line. 2 seconds to spare. Well done by Noah Carmichael. It'll be interesting to see how the 86 car performs here. Noah's logged more laps than anybody in practice thus far. Just short of 500 laps. I think it's 493 under his belt so far for the month. .493 indeed. Total laps for Carmichael turned this week. His best lap was 10th fastest at 229.791. He set that on Wednesday. So the driver of the Peak Machine, Noah Carmichael, does a great job on the NHRA media scene. Follow his channel on YouTube at Mighty Mac. One of our really rising stars, I think, in the NHRA media space. We love his coverage of the sport and appreciate his dedication coming out to a ton of events throughout the season. 39.318, the time for Noah's first lap, a 229.903 mile per hour lap. That is the best lap speed to this point on the first lap. We'll see how he fares on the second lap. So slower, a little mistype on my part. It's a 39.631 in the sim. That's a 227.095 mile an hour lap in terms of speed. And we'd seen Noah, particularly in the short shoot, the last 2 laps, it sounds like and it looks like he's made contact with the wall. And certainly, as anybody who's been in iRacing knows, sometimes there's some phantom wall contacts and you're not necessarily actually getting into the wall. But I would venture to guess that he did make wall contact, certainly on that second lap, because the third lap ended up being faster, which typically isn't the case. Noah went about 0.02 of a second quicker on lap 3. And he did not hit the wall in the south chute here on lap 4. So it'll be interesting to see how he nets out. But I think there's a better run in that 86 car coming on later on this weekend. .39.745, the last lap time for Noah Carmichael. A 227.411 4-lap average, and that does put him at the top of the speed charts for the 5 drivers who have taken times thus far in qualifications. All right, with the completion of that previous run, that now brings up number 21, Derek Shower, to make his qualifications attempt. We did get a heads up last night. Derek likely wasn't going to make his attempt. Derek, we send you best wishes. Hope your dog gets well soon, brother. And hope to see you on track at some point this weekend. So we're going to skip the 21 car since he is not in the session with us currently. Sergey Belyaev, the number 40 car, would be next in line to compete. I do not see him in the room just yet on the entries panel, but it did notify us that he is connected to the sim. So we'll give him just a short amount of time here. If he doesn't populate soon, then we'll move ahead to the next driver in line. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Right now, if Sergey did not show up, then we would be at the point of 30 minutes ahead of schedule in the qualifications draw line. Chris Fowler, the next driver, is in the room. So if Sergey does not show up, then Chris, we can determine whether you want to wait a couple minutes or go immediately and make your qualifications attempt. So we'll give Sergey just another minute or so here. Not in too big of a rush given where we're at with the qualifications line. And we'll check back in shortly. So I want to say hello to anybody who might just be joining us. Obviously, early mornings here in the United States, 7 a.m. local time here in Indianapolis. I can tell you it looks a lot better in the sim than it does outside here in the Circle City. Very cold, still some snow on the ground, and it certainly makes us yearn for the month of May and getting out to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it's not looking like Sergey Belayev is going to make the call here. Very strange. We saw him load in, or at least connect to the server, but have not seen his car populate on the entry form in sim, and it certainly hasn't shown up on the pit lane or anything like that. So what we're planning to do, Chris Fowler would be right on that 30-minute mark ahead of schedule timing if we have him run in 1 minute at 7:10 a.m. And for anybody who's not familiar, we won't get any more than 30 minutes ahead of kind of these guideline times that were published with the initial qualifications draw. So that's so we don't ask people to have to be here, an hour and a half earlier in some cases to make their initial qualifications run. Once we get to open qualifying, it doesn't really matter because it's just an open queue. But here we try not to get too far ahead of schedule. All right, seeing as the 40 of Belayev has not entered the room, we will skip his line in qualifications. That'll bring us to number 43, Chris Fowler. You may now reset your car and bring your car to the end of pit lane. Prepare for your qualifications attempt. You may proceed to the track. Good luck. So Chris, the first to do it, you can go out on the track in the the north chute. Sorry, didn't mean to broadcast you, Chris. You're all good. Keep doing your thing. You can go out to the south chute. Chris makes it around. I was noting that you can go out to the south chute. And as long as you get back to the pit exit lane by turn 2, you're all good to proceed with your run. Haven't seen many drivers do that, but Chris elects to do it here, and he's on to his warm-up lap. So Chris making his first attempt of the day, the DonateLife.net Chevrolet, part of the 40 Racewear Sim Racing team. First lap. Not quite the first lap that Noah Carmichael had. Noah was a 39.318 in terms of time. This is a 39.339, so just a couple hundredths off. But a respectable 228.781 mile an hour first lap for Chris Fowler. .463 on the second lap. That's good for just a shade over 228 miles an hour. And Fowler on his way so far. Do the best run to this point. .567 on the third lap. 227.462 as Fowler pounds down the back stretch on his final lap of this 4-lap, 10-mile qualifications attempt. So a strong run for Fowler. 39.693 on the final lap in terms of time. It's over 226 and a half. And 4-lap average puts us P1. All right, that completes Chris Fowler's run. Good job, Chris. You're currently P1 on the board. That would bring up Andreas Eek, number 76, in the qualifications order. But seeing as Andreas is not in the room currently, and the next driver, number 58, Sam Hines, is also not in the room to make his call, we are officially 30 minutes ahead of schedule in the orders. We're going to open the track up for practice. We'll take a bit of a break. I do see Connor Nixon, number 168, is here in the room. His time was scheduled to be at 7:55. We're still 40 minutes away from that, so we'll probably do about 15 to 20 minutes of practice, try to get a little bit closer to not only Connor's time, but the times that would come after him. That way we're not starting and stopping a ton with practice and then qualifying runs back and forth, back and forth. So we're going to do, call it 20 minutes of practice time. The track will be open for practice from right now, 7:16 a.m. to 7:36 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. Connor, I'll call you to the line to your qualifications run after that, and we'll continue with pole day qualifications. The track is open for practice, everybody. And welcome back to Pole Day, Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day at the world's greatest race course and the world's greatest sim race. You see Chris Fowler. I'm sorry, not Chris Fowler. Is that Chris? Yeah, it is Chris. Chris Fowler out there making some laps right now. He actually is the driver that most recently completed a qualifications attempt. But Chris isn't qualifying right now. The track is open for practice because we got more than 30 minutes ahead of schedule in the qualifications line. So the track's open for practice. No official Q runs are being made right now. The next driver to take to the track will be Connor Nixon. And just about 8 minutes time. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm also going to make a little graphic that we can throw up whenever the track's open for practice, just for people tuning in. Don't get confused, anything like that. So we'll be back shortly with Pole Day qualifications at the PRI Hoosier 500. It's Group 1 qualifying this morning, live from Indianapolis. All right, everybody. The wait period has come to a conclusion. Getting close to being set to resume qualifications. Connor Nixon will kick us off next. Connor, you may proceed and begin your qualifications attempt. Good luck. Connor Nixon comes around, completing his warm-up lap, beginning his first time lap here. Nixon, a driver for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport, sponsored by Revolution Race Gear, Hybrid Racing Simulations. A great paint scheme, too. Between he and his teammate Cameron Dance, this is one of the better looking cars out there, for sure. Really intricate design. Pretty cool to see. First lap for Connor, a 39.448, comes out to 228.148 miles per hour on the opening lap. First attempt of the event for Connor Nixon. Didn't see a ton of Connor Nixon in practice leading up to pole day qualifications, at least in official practice. We know he was likely practicing on the side. Nixon, his best lap across 12 laps of official practice this week. 53rd fastest. It was at a 228.039. He bested that by about a tenth of a mile an hour on his first lap. So, not a bad opening showing here for Connor Nixon. He brings it around turn 4 and brings it home down the front stretch to complete his qualifications attempt. So a steady run, 4-lap average at 227.422. Not a ton of fall off. That puts Nixon P2. Nice run, sir. Next up will be the number 15, Chad Frankenfield. Chad, please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, Chad, you're cleared for your qualifications attempt. Best of luck. I know Chad's probably going to watch this portion of the broadcast back and look for something in particular that he and I have been battling with. I've selected in all these sessions to remove the custom stamp numbers. But since we're not using trading paints, it's been a little bit tricky. Unfortunately, Chad, looks like it stamped that green number 15 over top your traditional 15 that you have on the paint scheme. So we still got work to do on that, but Chad makes it through the outlap within the parameters on the outlap timer. Maintains minimum speed through the first half of this warm-up lap. And now you can see Chad starting to put the throttle to it as he gets ready for his first career lap under the gun in qualifications at the PRI Hoosier 500. Chad, a driver for Little Eagle Racing, also the owner of the Elite Racing League and the Elite Racing Network, where hopefully many of you have watched a couple of episodes of Today at the 500. We were on the Elite Racing Network on Monday and last night for Today at the 500. So let's see what sort of pace Chad puts up on lap 1. A very respectable first lap. It's a 39.331. Second fastest first lap thus far in qualifications. Still bested only by Noah Carmichael. He had him by about 15 thousandths of a second. But a strong first lap for Chad, just short of 229 miles an hour. Let's see how the second lap fares. It's a strong second lap, not too much drop off. Just over a tenth of a second on the stopwatch. He remains above 228 miles an hour on lap 2. Chad Frankenfield, sponsored by Kicking the Tires. See that on the side pod of his number 15 machine. Piloting a Honda for Little Eagle Racing. You can see that eagle on the nose. Another unique livery in the stable here at the Hoosier 500. Not too bad on the fall off. Chad drops another tenth on the time chart. Still 227.462, and the 4-lap average still holding on to just over 228 miles an hour. Chris Fowler, fastest so far through 7 drivers that have made times at 227.759. Let's see where Chad slots in at the end of his run. Pretty solid, but just underneath Chris Fowler. 227.717, the 4-lap average for Frankenfield. He dropped a little extra on that one, about a tenth and a half on the 4th lap relative to the 3rd lap. So that puts an end to Chad's first attempt of the day, provisionally 2nd in qualifications at this point in time. All right, nice run, Chad. You're provisionally P2 right now. That'll bring number 5, Ben Lawson, to qualify. Ben, please reset your car and then proceed to stop at the end of the pit lane. All right, Ben, you may go out for your qualifications attempt. Best of luck. So Ben Lawson crosses the line. He would have been safely within the outlap timer, even though I got a little bit of a late start, transparently. He's all good there. Driving the Factory Motorsports Special for Factory Motorsports. Begins his warm-up lap. And Ben Lawson, his first laps at speed in qualifications start now. Lap 1 of his 4-lap run. 10 miles in an Indianapolis 500 qualifications attempt. The same applies here at the PRI Hoosier 500. Just under 12 hours remaining in qualifications. Right now we're working through Group 1 qualifying, so drivers who indicated on their entry form that they wanted to be part of the initial qualifications draw and particularly wanted to be part of Group 1. They are the ones qualifying at this moment. And unfortunately, Ben Lawson into the wall. Down between turns 1 and 2, and that'll bring a premature end to Ben's run. All right, that brings an end to the qualifications attempt number 1 for Ben Lawson. We move forward in the qualifications draw order. That would bring number 62, Matt Busa, to qualify, but he's not presently in the qualifications queue. So we're going to skip his spot in line. Andrew White, number 55, would be the next driver to qualify, but he is also not present in the line this morning, so we're going to skip his spot. Number 997, Kevin Chalk, would be the next driver in line after him, but he is also not present, so we'll skip his spot in the qualifications draw. And number 36, Jim Harvey, would be up next after him. But at this time, we do not have the 36 car in the room with us. So that means we are again 30 minutes ahead of schedule in the qualifications order. That's before we would get to number 7, Chris Wilhite, who would be next to qualify. So what we're going to do, we're going to pause and do another 20-minute break that have the track open for practice for Group 1 qualifiers only between 7:55 and 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll reconvene at 8:15 and resume the qualifications line with the next up in line, number 7, Chris Wilhite. So the track is open for practice for the next 20 minutes. And welcome back, fans and friends and drivers. It's poll day at the PRI Hoosier 500 presented by Swift Penguin Creations. We are on a little bit of a break, just giving some time for the qualifications draw order for Group 1 to catch up. So if you weren't with us earlier, we won't let the draw order get more than 30 minutes ahead of schedule based on kind of the guideline times that we put on the qualifications draw results sheet. So, for example, Chris Wilhite was scheduled to go off at 8:30 a.m. He's the next driver in line, but when we were previously doing runs last, the last run we had completed was actually around 7:50 a.m. So at that point in time, Chris Wilhite's time would have been 40 minutes in the future. We don't want to ask people to have to get in the sim too early. So that's why we pause for a little bit. We open the track up for practice. Allow only drivers that are in qualifications Group 1 to practice at this time. We let the line catch up a little bit, and then we fire things back up. So we plan on doing that at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time. That's just a few more minutes from now. Right now you see Chad Frankenfield. He was the last driver to make a qualifications attempt. He went second fastest. He's out there doing a little bit of practice at the moment. The only driver out on track. So in a few minutes, we'll reconvene. We'll see who's available. Because it looks like there's still a few drivers that would be up next that aren't in the room yet. So we might extend this practice time a little bit. But we will evaluate again at 8:15. And go from there. Thank you, everybody. All right, folks, we are at the target time that we were going to run this practice segment to. It's 8:15 a.m. Eastern time, so we're going to bring a close to practice at this time. Everybody, please return back to the pit lane, and we're going to get ready for the qualifications line once again. So everybody, please return to the pit lane, and we'll get rolling with qualifying once again here at the Hoosier 500. All right, so moving along in the qualifications order, Chris Wilhite would be the next driver up in line. He is the number 7 car, but he is not present right now, so we will skip his attempt in the line at this time. The next driver after him would be the number 9 of Brandon Trano, and he is also not present, so we will skip his spot in the line at this time. And the same goes for number 11 of Julian Altena. He is not present. So now the 82 car would be next in line. Drew, please reset your car. Join us on the pit lane and proceed to the end of the pit road and park there until given further instruction. All right, Drew, you're cleared to take to the track. Good luck. So Drew easily crossed the timeline on the out lap, begins his warm-up lap. Another driver from the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. I'm going to have to ask Drew how to pronounce his last name. It's spelled S-Z-U-C-H. Perhaps the S is silent and it's Zuch. Nonetheless, excited to have Drew on board. He and his team competing at the Hoosier 500, a great contingent of drivers coming from Purdue to be part of this race, so thankful for them. And he's on the pace for his first lap in qualifications. Brings that car all the way down below the white line with the left side tires in both turns 3 and 4. Cleanly off corner exit in turn 4, though using all the track width up against the wall. A respectable first lap, a 39.403 for Drew. Mile per hour, just under 228 and a half. So far today, the best first laps have been in the 39.31, 32, 33 range, but most folks following within a 39.4 range to this point. A bit of fall off for Drew there, but not too bad. Drops a 10th on the time chart between laps 1 and 2. This is when you start to really battle the race car. You're battling the tires heating up. You're battling the balance each lap, trying to stay ahead of your adjustments and get the most out of every lap in the car. Drops off a little bit more than a 10th of a second on that lap. He still holds on to a 227 mile per hour lap on lap 3. And just 2 more corners to go to make it through his first qualifications attempt at the Open Wheels 500. I'm sorry, the Hoosier 500. That's the old name, Open Wheels 500. Old habits die hard. So it's a 39.823. That comes out to a 226 mile an hour lap 4. With Drew's run validated, completed. 5th fastest thus far amongst the 9 drivers that have taken times. So 1 run in the books for the 82 car. All right, nice run, Drew. Your 5th fastest provisionally. That'll bring the next car up in the line. That's number 77, Trevor Fall. Trevor, please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. Trevor, unfortunately, we're going to have to waive off your qualifications attempt because you went underneath 200 miles per hour on your warm-up lap. So we are waiving off your qualifications attempt. So unfortunately, Trevor's attempt had to be waived off. He went under 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. You have to maintain at least a speed of 200 miles an hour throughout the whole warm-up lap. And then in between turns 1 and 2, he got down to about 185 miles an hour there. So unfortunately, his attempt has been waived off. Yeah, sorry, Trevor. Between turns 1 and 2, You went underneath that 200 mile an hour threshold, about 185, 186 miles an hour. So unfortunately, we had to cut your attempt short, but you're open to make 2 more attempts for the rest of the weekend. Next on track will be the number 46 car of Dylan Freckleton. Dylan, please present your car to the pit lane and bring it to the end of the pit lane for your qualifications attempt. Dylan, you may take to the track. So Dylan Freckleton makes it through the outlap without issue. On to the warm-up lap, and a driver who has made a name for himself as an independent, qualifying for these big races. The Hoosier 500 being one, and he's a driver that's made his way into the top split of the iRacing Indy 500 as well. A 39.296. The fastest first lap, the first lap in the 39.2s of qualifications to this point. So this is a heavy hitter. Time to pay attention, folks. That's 229.031 miles per hour as Dylan Freckleton roars through his second lap here at speed. Second lap still in the 39.3s, 39.396. That's good for 228.45 miles an hour. As you watch Freckleton work his way off of turn 2 down the backstretch. RPMs basically at max capacity. Very smooth off of turn 3. Freckleton using all the racetrack at the bottom of the track. Doesn't leave much on the exit either, that's for sure. 39.507. Not a ton of fall off for a third lap. To be in the 39.5s, that's a strong run. Still very smooth. A little baby twitch. But still very good off the corner, off of turn 2 there. Early entry. The car stays down well through the corner though. Stays off the curb. a little bit of an RPM drop there in turn 4. So we'll see how that affects the finish here. But the 4th lap for Freckleton will put a cap on a strong qualifications attempt. He did lose more than a tenth on that 4th lap, but still remained in the 227s. And with his validated completed attempt, a new provisional pole sitter, Dylan Freckleton, goes P1, 228.082 miles per hour. Nice run, Dylan. That's first run over 228 for a 4-lap average today. You are provisionally P1. And that'll bring up number 48 in the qualifications order. That would be number 48, Oliver McGowan. And at this time, I don't see Ollie in the session to make his attempt. So we will skip Ollie's spot in the qualifications draw order. I do see number 63, Andrew Marquez, the driver that would be next. So Andrew, driver the number 63, please present your car on the pit lane and prepare to make your qualifications attempt. Come join us down here at the end of the pit lane, and I'll tell you when to leave. All right, Andrew, you are free to proceed out onto the track. Best of luck for your attempt. So Andrew Marquez just completed his first lap in his first qualifying attempt. And if you could believe it, it's the fastest so far, 229.107. So Dylan Freckleton just ran a timed lap at 39.296 on his first lap. Marquez at 39.283. So marginally better, but still a little ahead of pace of Freckleton. Freckleton ran a 39.396 on his second lap. Marquez again is a little bit better, 39.381. So Andrew Marquez trending well in his first qualifications attempt today. A driver who's been a part of this race in the past. Off to a strong start so far. About to complete his third lap on his first qualifications attempt of the weekend. There's a 39.50 for Freckleton. Marquez, again, just marginally better, 39.494. So on the final lap, Freckleton saw about just short of a 1/10.5 of drop off on his lap time. We'll see how Marquez can manage the fourth lap. There was a bit of a bobble, just a bit of a slide where, perhaps more of a slide than a bobble, where you heard the RPMs drop when we rode along with Dylan Freckleton off of turn 4. Let's see if Marquez can keep smooth off the corner and what this final lap is. Pretty much identical final laps between Freckleton and Marquez, within 1/1000th of a second of each other, and that puts Andrew Marquez provisionally P1. He's better on the 4-lap average, and that completes his qualifications attempt. Nice run, Andrew. That puts you on provisional pole. 4-lap average of 228.140. That'll bring up the number 68 car next in line, Nick Luchi. Nick, please present your car on the pit lane. Go to the pit exit and stop at the pit exit line for further instruction. All right, Nick, you may proceed onto the track. Best of luck with your qualifying attempt. So a couple of strong runs back to back. Andrew Marquez driving for MadWorks, sponsored by FK Sim Racing Solutions, puts up a run. It's pretty solid. I think Dylan Freckleton's run was pretty solid as well. Those 228s could hold up. We'll see how the day shakes out. Nick Luchi is on the course now. Going to be pushing it right to the edge on the outlap. Very close, but he makes it just in time. Nick Luchi hovering right around the 200-mile-an-hour mark, going through the chute between 1 and 2. Made me nervous down there on the south end. Don't want to ever have to call anybody off like we did for Trevor, and he already mentioned in the Discord he thought it was a 200-mile-an-hour average lap speed, not maintaining 200 the whole time around. So an honest mistake, and I hate calling that, but we have to do it. But we move on. Trevor's got another couple of attempts for the rest of the weekend, and I'm sure he'll be back at it soon. So we bring up Nick's first time lap at 39.308. That's a solid first lap, right down near where Freckleton and Marquez were. Also respectable second lap at 39.424. It's about 600ths off of Marquez's time, which was the best second lap that we've seen. But a solid run here from Nick on the first two laps. Navigating the tricky part of the run now. Laps 3 and 4. He's cleanly off turn 4. Maybe a little edgy on corner exit there, but he makes it through. 39.532. That comes out to 227.664 miles per hour. A strong run here by Nick in the early morning hours here on Saturday. As it stands, we only have 4 more drivers after Nick to complete here in Group 1. And Nick's final lap, 39.709, so some drop off there, but not terrible. That puts him third fastest. 12 cars have completed qualifications attempts to this point. Nice run, Nick. That puts you provisionally third fastest of the 12 drivers that have made attempts to this point. That brings up next Jordan Owens in the 45 car. Jordan, if you could, present your car to the pit lane. Come join us at the end of pit lane, right at pit exit, and stop there for further instruction. All right, Jordan, you may take to the track. Best of luck. Jordan maintaining 202 miles an hour. This on my screen. Makes it through the outlap. Now he's full throttle here on the warm-up lap. Jordan Owens, the owner of Acres Lawn Services, who sponsored all of practice week for us. Big thanks to Jordan. He had a great interview on Today at the 500 with Gary Godso earlier this week. And now Jordan on his first lap, another driver for Little Eagle Racing. Sponsored by Acres Lawn Services, Brake Hard, and PRI on this LER entry. So let's see where Jordan's at for his first lap. He is a driver that's had success at this track in the Elite Racing League before. It's a 39.339, so respectable in the low threes. It's a solid second lap there for Jordan, a 39.459. Within the realm of where you want to be. I think certainly to make the field, you're going to want to be over 228 for that second lap, perhaps 228 and change. I hope for some reduced fall off on the last couple laps. Jordan brings it through turn 4 on lap 3. And at the line, 39.573. If his run concluded right now, he'd be second fastest, but the fourth lap is always, it seems to be the deciding lap in Indy 500 qualifications. You expect that drop off. We'll see where Jordan slots out. Cleanly off turn 4. And the driver, the number 45, has his first attempt in the books. .761 the final lap. So by comparison, Andrew Marquez is P1 right now. He ran a 39.64. Owens with a 39.76. So definitely some difference there. Owens still slots in 6th fastest. All right, nice run, Jordan. You're currently provisionally 6th in qualifications. Next up in the qualifications draw order, number 84, Casey Petsky. Casey, please present your car on the pit lane. Go to the end of the pit road and wait for further instruction. And we are just a touch ahead of schedule here. Casey's scheduled time isn't until 9:20, which would be 31 minutes from now. So definitely give some grace here. Don't necessarily have to start right away. But again, we will certainly make Casey do the reset. So Casey hops in his car. He messaged us he was having some sound issues with a Windows update, which is always, you hate to see that. So Casey's got things sorted out. We gave him a little grace because he was right on the edge of the 30-minute window anyhow. All right, Casey, you may take to the track. Best of luck. So Casey is on the pace. One of the harder opening laps, harder warm-up laps that we've seen. He is nowhere near the 200-mile-an-hour threshold. He is well over 225 through the South Chute. Brings it through, and this starts his first timed lap as he completes the warm-up lap. Casey driving the 84 car, Canadian, representing Lobo Rojo Racing. About to complete his first lap in official qualifications at speed. Casey's second timed lap comes across the line. It's a 39.799, so not much drop off from his first timed lap. Casey, unfortunately, I have to remind you that there is the out lap, and then your first time by the start-finish line begins your warm-up lap. That means the second time by begins your first lap. So, unfortunately, you only ran 3 timed laps at speed. This would have been your 4th lap in the qualification attempt. All right, so with Casey's run finished at this point in time. That'll bring up the number 56 car, Christian Steele. Christian, you can present your car in the pit lane and join us at pit exit. All right, Christian, the track is yours. Best of luck. Unfortunately, Christian, it looks like you did not make it to the start-finish line in time. The outlap timer ran out with about a second or 2 seconds before you made it to the line. Okay, so the next driver up and the final driver with a spot in the Group 1 initial qualifications order, number 390, Hugo Olsen. Hugo, you can now present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of pit lane at pit exit for further instruction.
Just connected, so it might take a second.
Copy that. All right, Hugo, please present your car on the pit lane and join us at pit exit. Stop there and wait for further instruction. All right, Hugo, you're clear to take to the track. Best of luck. Hugo Olsen, our two-time winner of the Open Wheels 500, as it was previously named, now the Hoosier 500. Makes it through the outlap procedures, maintains 200 miles an hour, got down to 202 there on the back stretch, but he keeps it up over 200. And now he's on the pace, getting ready for his first timed lap. First time lap for Hugo Olsen, 39.282. That is the fastest to this point. I know a couple drivers had asked about a way to see lap times, not just the lap mile an hour. So I'll work on seeing if I could work something out between groups 1 and 2 running here. .39.365 on Hugo Olsen's second lap. That appears to be fastest as well. So, as you'd expect, the two-time champion on the pace early. So I'll look and see if I can integrate some sort of lap time column. If I can't, there's a couple things that we can do. I could periodically produce the run reports. Obviously, that's not coming in real time. Or I could work on sharing maybe one of the sheets for view only. I'm going to try to fix something up for you guys, but we'll have a solution, some shape or form. Best third lap of the field as well for Hugo Olsen. He's the first driver to be in the 228s for lap 3. The lap time was a 39.457. So Hugo comes to complete his attempt here. It's a 39.538, and that brings the 4-lap average to 228.366 miles per hour. So Hugo Olsen, the last driver to run in the initial qualifications group number 1, and he goes to the point. Nice run, Hugo. That's a 4-lap average speed of 228.366 miles per hour. That puts you provisionally P1. And that is the end of Group 1's initial qualifications draw order. So, what we will do, we will take a break. Qualifications will resume with Group 2 qualifying at 10 o'clock. The track for Group 1 qualifiers in here will remain open for practice as drivers see fit. So if there's anybody that was a Group 1 driver and would like to practice, you certainly can. But we will resume qualifications in the next session at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time with Group 2 qualifications. Great start, everybody. So we're going to step aside for a little bit. We will just leave the stream up and let drivers do a little practice if they see fit. But we won't be back for on-track qualifying until 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when we will start with Group 2 qualifications. So that's just over 50 minutes from now. And it's a larger group. Sheridan Wade kicks us off at 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time in the 50 car. Number 51, Bullock, would be next. Andrich in the 19 car after that. And Russell in the 27 will be the fourth car to go off in the group. So, 14 times on the board thus far. We're rolling along in day 1 qualifications at the PRI Hoosier 500. It's Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day. We'll be back soon, everybody. Speak in a minute. Hello again, everybody. So we are just waiting until about 10 a.m. when we move into Group 2's phase of the initial qualifications draw. Again, that happens in about 20 minutes. We'll move into that new session. What we're going to do now is we're going to move out of this session. That way I can save the replay, do all that sort of stuff. So we will go to a holding screen for just a little while. Then we'll bring you back at 10 a.m. We'll get rolling with Group 2 qualifications here at the PRI Hoosier 500. It's Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day. Hugo Olsen leads the way after Group 1. 228.366, the 4-lap average speed. See you guys again soon. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. All right, friends, we're just getting loaded into the new session. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes, getting ready for Group 2 qualifications of the initial qualifications draw in just a few moments. So, back here live with Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day, the PRI Hoosier 500. We're just a few minutes away from getting rolling again now with Group 2 qualifications. Sheridan Wade will be the first driver to hit the track. And 6 minutes from now at 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, this is just for drivers who have been drawn into Group 2 qualifications. That was something you'd have to indicate on your entry when you submitted your entry to participate in the race. This session will last from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And once we get through this session, then we move into open qualifying. And anybody can hop into the sessions. It's first come, first serve, requesting runs in the text chat only within the session. And I have to be in the session and see them and note that I'm in the session first before anybody sends any text chats. Obviously, I think we all know that the name pops up usually before the person's actually in the session. So just a little pointer there as well. When I get in a session, I'll indicate that I'm there, and that way everybody knows that it's time to start requesting runs once again. Also, in between the multiple sessions that we'll have during open qualifying later, and I'll talk about this again in the coming hours. But the qualifying queue will carry over even when we have to change sessions in iRacing. The only time it doesn't carry over is at the end of the day today. So wherever the line is by the end of the day on Saturday, that does not carry into Sunday. It kind of resets in the morning on Sunday. So all right, drivers. Looks like a nice group already lining up, getting ready to get rolling here with Group 2 in the initial qualifications draw order. As I mentioned before, Sheridan Wade will kick us off at 10 o'clock flat. Just a few reminders for you guys. When I call you and it's your turn to make a qualifications attempt, you'll reset your car on pit lane, drive it to the end of pit road, park it at the end of pit road, and wait for instruction to take to the racetrack. From there, you have 60 seconds from when you cross the pit exit line to hit the start-finish line and complete what is your out lap. So we've had to ding a driver on not making it in time already today, so make sure you're moving quick enough to get around the track basically within 60 seconds. Don't want to penalize people for that, but we have to because it's on the stream. So we'll follow it by the rule. Also, we've had to penalize people this morning that follow below the 200-mile-an-hour threshold on your warm-up lap. So once you complete your out lap and you move on to doing the warm-up lap, at no point in the lap can you go under 200 miles an hour. That's not an average speed that we're taking. It's for the full lap, you have to be at or above 200 miles an hour. So just to keep in mind there, obviously you'll take the green flag second time around. That'll be your first time lap. So make sure you guys just stay on your P's and Q's with the out lap procedures and the warm-up lap, and we should be all set. We've had a couple issues with iRacing early on in that first session. Had some weird timing and scoring things where a couple drivers' laps weren't being recorded, even though it looked like their connection seemed to be fine. So in those instances, we reran qualifications attempts. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that in this session. But yeah, we'll take things as they come towards us. So best of luck, everybody, in Group 2. We'll start in just about 1 minute. We'll call Sheridan Wade to the box, and then we'll get rolling. All right. I think I'm on race control now. Maybe confirm anybody that's out there, but I think I should be on that now. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's get down to qualifying. Okay, Sheridan Wade, please reset your car. And once you reset, then you'll be allowed to go to the pit exit line. So just hop out of your car, then hop back in, and we'll get things rolling. The track is all yours. Good luck. All right, so we are back underway with qualifying. Sheridan Wade taking to the track. A slow, calculated outlap here. He brings it up to speed now. A cool story is Sheridan completes his outlap, makes it across the line in time. Sheridan is the father of Nate Fields, who is also on the PRI Hoosier 500 entry list. And we expect to make a qualification run later this hour. And to my knowledge, that's the first father-son pairing that's appeared on the entry list at the PRI Hoosier 500. So awesome, awesome to get to participate in the event as a father-son duo. Sheridan completes his warm-up lap. I think back in 2019, the inaugural Open Wheels 500, my dad made a qualifying attempt. That was cool. I think that's about as close as we've gotten to this point before Sheridan and Nate came along. So, pretty cool deal. Not a bad first lap either from Sheridan Wade. A 39.377. So if you were with us earlier, you'd expect for anybody making the field, you probably need a first lap in the 39.3s, I would imagine, somewhere in that range to have a chance. I'm not certain that you could start a run with a 39.4 with the way that the cars fall off these days and make up what you're going to need. Sheridan brings the car off turn 4 for his penultimate lap. Pretty steady across this run. Sheridan's only had about 0.2 of drop off across the 3 laps. He started with a 39.377. And his last lap, lap 3, was a 39.58. So just about 21 hundredths across the 3 laps. And here comes the finish, lap 4. A little more drop off there. A 39.763 on the final lap. Brings him to a 39.55 4-lap average. It slots him in at 8th fastest. All right, nice work, Sheridan. That's currently 8th fastest provisionally. Next up in line is the number 51, Cody Bullock. Does not appear that Cody is in the session right now, so we will skip his spot in the qualifications line. And we'll move on to the number 19, Blaze Andrich. So, Blaze, you may now present your car on the pit lane and go down, stop at the end of pit road, please. All right, Blaze, the track is yours. My apologies. I noticed in the comments now that Sheridan is the son. Nate Fields is the father. So I had it flip-flop. Still cool nonetheless to have the father-son duo. Oh, my bad there, gentlemen. Thank you at Harbinger Mine for correcting me there. In other news, Blaze Andrich with a 42.29 warm-up lap. Blaze, driver of the number 19 machine for Rogue Racing, which I believe is in the world, in the scope of one of our voices of the 500, Gary Godso, who's hosted today at the 500 through each of our practice days, and he'll also be on tonight's main qualifying call. PRI Hoosier 500 Pole Day Prime Time, live on the PRI Facebook and YouTube channels. That'll be at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you check that out tonight. That was a quick first lap from Blaze Andrich. He ran at 39.289. The only drivers to run a quicker first lap were Andrew Marquez and Hugo Olsen. On the second lap, it's a 39.4. So a bit of a drop off, but still 229 mile an hour first laps are going to do you a lot of good, I think. As long as you can hang on. I always feel like it's the first half of the run versus the second half of the run. .512 for Blaze on lap 3. Comparatively, Hugo Olsen on the pole ran at 39.45. So about 600ths off the pole time to this point on that third lap only. But still a good pace for Blaze. He's very close to the 228 mark on lap 3 in terms of average mile an hour. He brings it cleanly off turn 4, and he's going to have a safety run under his belt here on day 1 at the Hoosier 500 qualifying pole day. Definitely saw some more fall off down the stretch there. Blaze ended up with a 39.636, but still good for third fastest provisionally, behind only Olsen and Marquez, and just barely ahead of Dylan Freckleton. It's by 1,000th on both the 4-lap average time and the 4-lap average speed. So close margins already here on pole day. All right, nice run, Blaze. You're provisionally third thus far after that qualifying attempt. The next driver to take the track, Alexander Russell in the 27 car. So, Alexander, present your car on the pit lane and come stop down at the end of pit road. All right, the track is yours. You're free to go qualify. So the 27 car of Alexander Russell, he was been a driver to watch. Driving for Powerslide Motorsports, one of our notables throughout the week of practice. His best lap time was third fastest on the official charts, and certainly was a draft dated time, over 231.5 miles an hour. But up on the time charts nonetheless with other Powerslide teammates that you'd expect to be at the pointy end of the grid. Hugo Olsen is there right now, as Russell makes it with a couple seconds to spare on the outlap timer. Between Olsen, Blocker, Russell, and more, there's going to be some representation there for sure. Takes it through the south end of the track. Begins accelerating, grabs another gear in the middle of the back stretch, and we are on our way to Alexander Russell's first lap. This will be one to watch for sure, folks. If you wonder how close the margins are, folks, Hugo Olsen, Russell's teammate, a first lap time of 39.282. Russell himself, 39.284, so separated by just 0.02 of a second. Russell's bested Olsen on the second lap, also by 0.02 of a second. So right now they are dead even on time through 2 laps. Who will win the battle on lap 3? Russell brings it off turn 3 cleanly. And Russell takes the advantage. 0.05 of a second better than Hugo Olsen. He's up over 228 on lap 3. We know that's the money spot to be if you want to qualify towards the front end of the grid. 2 corners to go for Alexander Russell. And what's shaping up to be a great first qualifications attempt. He uses all of the track in the short chute between 3 and 4. Clean corner exit. And let's see where he shakes out at the finish line. Oh, he loses a little bit right at the end. He was about 0.04 of a second slower than Hugo Olsen on the 4th lap. Olsen hangs on to provisional pole, just edging out his teammate Russell at the moment. So Alexander Russell slots in at P2. Nice run, Alexander. That was good for P2 provisionally. Currently second in the field of cars that have qualified. All right, the next car to qualify, the number 34, Michael Chin. Michael, please bring your car to the pit lane, bring it down to the pit exit line and stop there, and then we'll clear you to go to the track from there. All right, you are cleared to qualify. Good luck, friend. So Michael Chin makes it around. No problem on the outlap. Long-time veteran in the iRacing IndyCar community. The career that dates back to the IR05 days. Multiple starts in the top split Indianapolis 500 here on iRacing. Good to see Michael out on track. Running through his warm-up lap now. And coming to take the green flag for his first qualifications attempt in 2025 here at the Hoosier 500. First 2 laps for Michael Chin in the books. His Bucky's themed livery. Fortunately for our good friend, he's going to need to find a little bit more pace. First laps in the 226 bracket. Not much drop off. Less than 0.06 of a second from lap 1 to lap 2. Let's see where lap 3 nets out. It's 39.853. The second to last lap for Michael. Comes through the north chute. Cleanly through turn 4. And Michael Chin has his first run in this year's Hoosier 500 under his belt. So that slots Mike in at 15th fastest. Average just over 226 miles an hour. Eighteen cars have qualified thus far here on pole day. All right, Mike. Good job on your run. You're provisionally 15th in the order so far. Next up to qualify, number 37, Charles Wembley. Unfortunately, I don't see him in the session to this point. So we are going to move ahead in the qualifications order. Next up would be number 30, Lucas Lado. Lucas just confirmed to me that you can hear me. If you can, coming out, reset your car, stage it at the end of the pit lane, then we'll clear you to qualify. All right, you are cleared to take to the track. Good luck. Lucas driving for WSR Esports, sponsors Next Level Racing, Abruzzi, WSR Esports. Very photogenic car. I was telling him last night, this car looks good when we take pictures of it. Some really cool screenshots out there with this team's car. Both the WSR cars on the entry list look really nice. Lucas maintains about 205 miles an hour through the south chute. And there you go. You hear it about 3/4 of the way down the backstretch. These guys are picking up, grabbing that next gear. Likely running the backstretch probably in 4th gear maybe. And then grabbing 5th and then most likely on into 6th. He's about to complete his warm-up lap and start lap 1 here of qualifications. Again, sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes when you hear a wall contact in the sim, whether or not for the driver it actually was a wall contact. I heard a little scrape in the north chute there. Lucas presses on at 39.333, respectable first lap. Solid 39.419. Second lap for Lucas. We talked earlier, keeping that second lap in the 228s, that's probably going to be a requirement. And if you want to feel really good about making the field, you might need to be in the 228s on lap 3 as well. That might be where it starts getting a little dicey if you dip into the 227s. Lucas right up against the wall. Again in the north chute, using up all the track. Closes out lap 3. It's a 39.531, so he's dropped a couple tenths off of his first lap. Gets down into the 227.6 range. Still a decent run so far. We'll see how much fall off he has on lap 4. That's going to make or break everybody's day pretty much when it comes to Indianapolis. .681 on the final lap. Slots in Lucas at 6th fastest with a 227.9 4-lap mile-an-hour average. All right, nice job, Lucas. 6th fastest thus far. All right, driver, the number 94 car, Elio Henrique. You may now present your car on the pit lane. Join us at the end of pit road and stop there. All right, you may now take to the track. Good luck. We hope for Ellie's sake there that he didn't flat spot those tires. He really carried a lot of speed right up to the pit exit line. We saw a little bit of smoke puff up. It's not really what you want to see as you get ready to heat these tires up and go make a 4-lap run. We'll see how it shakes out for him. So Elio Henrique coming around to complete his warm-up lap. Our first driver from Brazil to hit the track today. expect a couple more. Edson Santos, and of course, Marco Aurelio Brazil. Always a threat, particularly at Indianapolis. Marco always very fast. First lap, a 39.63. Third lap in the books for Elialdo. Ooh. Yeah. Like we had a good angle of that. You could see that car really dancing through turn 2. And that was quite a ride for Ellie just to hang on. He did bounce it off the wall there. We'll watch him come out of turn 4 here. Seems just a little edgy. He's going to make it around, though. Complete the 4-lap qualifications attempt. Wall contact obviously hurt him. It's a 40.5 on the last lap there. Nice work, Ellie. That run slots you in currently 18th fastest. You have 2 qualification attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. All right, the next driver in qualifications, number 57, Nate Fields. Nate, please reset your car and then join us at the end of pit lane. All right, the track is yours. Best of luck. All right, welcome Nate Fields to the track. We mentioned earlier the father-son duo, Nate being the father, Sheridan being the son. Sheridan posted his run a little while ago, currently 11th fastest at 227.563. So Nate Fields driving for Indy 1. Sponsors being The Compound, Jimbo's Pizza, and Dad's Root Beer. If he completes his run, he'll be the 21st driver to complete a qualifications attempt so far this morning. First lap in the books for Nate Fields, a 39.38. So in the 39.3s where you want to be. .493 on the second lap. Dips down underneath 228, so you'd like to be at least in the 228 range for lap 2. We'll see what the fall off is on lap 3 for the only father-son duo here in the Hoosier 500 this year. I plan to have an article on Nate and Sheridan come out on the Hoosier500.com. Haven't gotten to it just yet. The week got a little crazy, but I still plan on writing that. Pretty cool commemoration of a moment in history here at the Hoosier 500. Not a ton of fall off on lap 3. Keeps the mile an hour within the 227 range. And Nate Fields brings it around. Going to cleanly complete his 4-lap qualifications attempt. Looked a little slippery there at the end for sure. A 39.91 was the lap time on lap 4, but Nate gets in with a 227.266, 15th fastest thus far. All right, nicely done, Nate. You're 15th fastest currently. Next to qualify will be the number 33, Alexis Newsome. Alexis, please present your car on the pit lane and meet us down at pit exit. All right, Alexis, you are cleared to qualify. Good luck. So Alexis makes it across the line. Time to spare on the outlap timer. Maintains minimum speed through the south chute. Now it's time to go. Okay, Alexis, it looks like, unfortunately, iRacing isn't recording the lap times for your run right now. So this did happen earlier in the day. We will need to bring you in. We'll have you restart your qualifications attempt. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, we rely on the iRacing timing and scoring, and for whatever reason, it didn't count those laps. You may head to the end of the pit lane. All right, you are cleared to qualify. This is still just your first attempt. So yeah, strange things occurring today in the sim, because each time we've had this happen, it's happening where I don't see the times. Ryan Schold, our other admin in here, does not see the times. We've asked the drivers if they see the times, and for whatever reason, not quite being counted in every instance by iRacing. So we allow the driver to requalify at that point in time. We try to stop them, obviously. If we don't see the time come through on the warm-up lap, I usually let them go and complete that first lap, because obviously the warm-up lap, not a timed lap. You know, we're watching for mile per hour, making sure that they stay over that 200 mile an hour threshold. But the time itself is inconsequential, basically, in the grand scheme of finding the fastest 33 qualifiers. So if the warm-up lap doesn't load, I kind of wait to see if the first lap will load in properly. If it doesn't load, then we will call off the run. Thankfully for Alexis, this lap, her warm-up lap, does load in the sim. So fingers crossed all is well with iRacing timing and scoring. So, what I was going to say to set up Alexis's run before the timing and scoring stuff popped up. Very accomplished driver, very capable driver. Alexis driving for Team I5G. Multiple starts in the iRacing Indianapolis 500 and plenty of pace. That's evident on the first 2 laps. Alexis's first lap, a 39.268, the fastest of the day so far at 229.194 miles per hour. Her second lap was a 39.36, which is just a couple ticks off of Alexander Russell's best third lap, which was a 39.36 as well, separated by just a few thousandths. So we'll see where Alexis nets out on the third lap here. It's a 39.484. Not a bad lap by any means. She has dropped a couple hundredths to Alexander Russell. Hugo Olsen as well, our current pole sitter. Looks like a clean 4th lap. Alexis brings it home. And it's a 39.628. So a little bit off Olsen and Russell towards the back half of the run. A little bit more fall off for this Team I5G car relative to a couple of the power slide cars that we've seen. But a strong run nonetheless. 3rd fastest. Nice run, Alexis. That's 3rd fastest so far of the cars that have qualified. So thanks for requalifying after iRacing's little miscues there. Next car to qualify, the number 17 car, Thomas Filbrick. Thomas, please present your car on the pit lane and come meet us. Stop at the end of pit exit. All right, Thomas, you are cleared to qualify. Best of luck. Thomas Filbrick brings it off of turn 4. It's going to be right on the mark on the outlap timer. Driver the number 17 car for Full Circle Racing, sponsored by Full Circle Racing Designs. Easily safe on the mile per hour minimum through turns 1 and 2. It's a good-looking race car. Oh, and loses the back end. Heading into turn 3, a crash by Thomas Filbrick. And that's going to eat up his first qualifications attempt of the day. All right, the next driver to qualify will be the driver of the number 8 car, Kila. Ty, you may take your car, reset it on the pit lane, take it to the end of pit road. All right, Ty, you're cleared to take to the track. Best of luck on your attempt. That's another good looking race car. The Rogue Racing number 8. Sponsored by P1 Broadcasting and Techtopia. Ty was moderately busy through practice week. 192 laps turned in official practice from Monday through Friday, and he set the 5th fastest lap of the month to this point. It was a draft dated 231.2 mile an hour lap, but Ty's been present. Excited to see what he does on his first attempt of the weekend. So a strong run there by Ty. Sorry, we were sorting through some of the reasoning behind why there may be some lap times that are being invalidated. And credit to Jason Brophy. We did talk about this a little bit coming into the weekend. And what's weird, the exits are so strict in turn 2, or in between turns 1 and 2, or if you get wheels over what used to be safe territory on pit exit, it'll invalidate those laps. So we'll take a look at that for sure. Nice run, Ty. That slots you in currently 7th quickest on the day. The next driver would be Craig Forsyth in the 99 car, but he is not present at the moment. So we will skip his spot in line. And Logan Simmons in the 92 will be next up. Logan, please reset your car and then join us at the end of pit road. Logan, you are clear to qualify. Best of luck. So just working through some housekeeping stuff. What we were talking about while we were trying to also get Logan out on the track was iRacing's gotten a lot tighter with pit exit scrutiny in the simulation, particularly here at Indianapolis. So as you go through the short chutes, you'll see the access road has a line that continues all the way around, even when the pavement becomes one with the short chute, basically. So back in the day, you were able to cross that line here in iRacing without penalty. And these days, that line is being scrutinized a lot tighter. You can see a good shot right down the line. It's that middle line on your screen in the short chute. You can't put your right side tires over that line without getting a black flag. Now, with the Hoosier 500 rulebook, that's okay. We only care about you getting back to the pit lane access road by turn 2. But what it potentially has done here, and I think to the community's credit, they pointed this out, I think that was carrying a black flag into these subsequent laps, and obviously the laps then aren't being scored. So we will keep an eye on the black flag stuff. I think we would get a bit of a heads up when the warm-up lap theoretically doesn't time, but we will watch it a lot closer and just clear black flags as a precautionary measure to make sure we're on top of that the rest of the day. So thank you, everybody. .55, the most recent lap for Logan Simmons. So he carries speed in the 228 range for the first 2 laps, dips into the 227s on lap 3. And a veteran of this event, multiple appearances at the Hoosier 500, Logan Simmons, bringing that number 92 machine to the start-finish line. He finishes his first attempt of the day. 10th fastest for Logan Simmons. All right, Logan, nice run. You're 10th quickest provisionally. The next car to qualify would be number 6 of Mason Mitchum, but I don't see Mason in the session, so that would mean number 16 Jacob Oster is next up. We'll ask Jacob to reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Jacob, you're cleared to qualify. Best of luck on your run. Well done by Oster. He gets across the line with a second and change to spare. And here's another Team I5G car. So we unfortunately didn't get to see Christian Steele's run because he didn't make it through on the outlap timer. We did see Alexis Newsome's run, which was strong, particularly in the first half of the run. It fell off a bit in the second half, comparatively to the power slide duo that's up top right now. So it'll be interesting to see how Oster performs here across his 4 laps. Warm-up lap in the books. And now it's time to get down to brass tacks. The first timed lap for Jacob Oster, the Team I5G entry. first lap for Oster. 39.275. So just a few thousandths behind his teammate Newsome's lap. And just a touch faster still on the first lap than the power slide duo of Hugo Olsen and Alexander Russell. .367, the exact same second lap that Oster's teammate Newsome ran just a few moments ago. Just a couple thousandths behind the power slide duo of Olsen and Russell. So this is where it's going to get interesting. We'll see here on lap 3 if this car holds together for Oster. I think this will be a good indication on where Team I5G is in the second half of this run in qualifications this weekend. So that lap, a 39.467. So it's a couple hundredths better than Newsome did, Oster's teammate. But it's still about a hundredth off of what Olsen and Russell did, the power slide duo. Now let's see lap 4. Lap 4 fell off quite a bit. 16 hundredths for Newsome. Let's see what happens for Oster. That run stayed together better on the last lap. Oster ran just a few hundredths of a second off of Olsen and Russell on lap 4, and is provisionally third fastest. Bumps down Newsome and the rest of the grid one spot. All right, nice run, Jacob. You are provisionally third fastest so far. And now to take to the track, the number 3 car, Greg Irwin. Greg, reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Greg, you're free to take to the track. Best of luck on your qualifications attempt. So Greg Irwin out to qualify now. Driver of the Swift Penguin Creations machine. Driving a Chevrolet for Full Circle Racing. Obviously Swift Penguin Creations, the title sponsor of qualifications weekend here at the PRI Hoosier 500. Thanks again to Greg and Destiny for being our qualification sponsor. Greg making his way around to complete this warm-up lap. And unfortunately, into the wall for Greg Irwin. On the exit of turn 1, got into it pretty hard in the short chute, and unfortunately that won't be salvageable. So that's going to be the end of the first attempt for Greg Irwin. He will have 2 additional attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. All right, Greg, sorry to see your run end that way, but you still have 2 qualification attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. All right, next up in the qualifications queue would be number 75, Matt Pavelski, but Matt is not present in the sim right now, so we're going to skip his spot in the qualifications line. The same can be said for number 1, Phil Kraus. I don't see Phil in the session right now, so we're going to move along. The next driver in line would be the number 90 of Logan Edwards. So Logan, please reset your car and then take it to the end of pit lane, and we'll advise you from there. All right, you are cleared to qualify, Logan. Head on out to the track. Have a great time. Logan Edwards makes his way through the outlap sequence. Holden's pretty steady, a few miles an hour over 200. So to this point in time, 25 cars have made official qualifications attempts. Logan Edwards looking to be the 26th. One-time lap in the books for the number 90 car, Logan Edwards. Logan driving for Luke Mansky Racing Esports, sponsored also by iPredictor. second lap at 39.471, so he hangs on just barely to that 228 mile an hour range by 16 thousandths of a second. Well, we've been underway for about 4.5 hours now with Swift Penguin Creations pole day qualifying. Still over 8 hours of on-track activity left, including at 3 p.m. we'll begin the open session where drivers can request qualifications attempts at their leisure. Third lap, a 39.579 for Logan. This is a very meaty part of this Group 2 qualifications draw, starting at really 11 o'clock when Newsome ran, carrying all the way through Oster. We missed on Pavelski and Kraus. Hope to see them later on as Edwards finishes out his attempt. .14th fastest for Edwards. Coming up next will be Jason Brophy. Matt Hollabaugh is out there. Robert Mletchka. Brendan Lichtenberg not too far after them. So still some heavy hitters to come here in the middle part of Group 2. All right, Logan, nicely done. You're 14th fastest. Now to qualify, Jason Brophy, please reset your car and join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Jason, you're free to qualify. Best of luck. Jason Brophy driving for Team Hype with Powerslide Motorsports. Got to say hello to Jason at the USC Oregon football game a few weeks ago. That was really cool. Get to meet him. Unfortunately, for my sake, the Ducks came out on the better side of it than the Trojans that I were cheering for. But great time out there in Central Oregon. It was cool meeting a guy that I spent a lot of time with, grinding out setups, working in the sim with. Jason Brophy, one of the best here in the iRacing IndyCar community. 39.265 for Jason Brophy's first lap. Certainly a strong one. 229.212. I believe that is the best first lap of the day. 3,000ths better than Alexis Newsome's. Strong run for Jason Brophy unfolding. You watch him lap 3, still in the 228 range. Brings it off of turn 4. Might have heard a little bit of tire slide. Not a ton. It'll be interesting to see where this one nets out. .525 on the final lap. That's good for a 228.445 mile an hour average across the 4 laps. And we've got a new provisional pole sitter. It's Jason Brophy. Goes to the top for Team Hype with Power Slide. All right, so upon further review on that qualifications attempt, Jason, we did note that your car did touch 199, unfortunately. So wanted to be extra sure. That's why we let you finish out the run, but went back and reviewed and unfortunately did clip it. So great run, but unfortunately we're going to have to invalidate it. So unfortunately, that fastest run of the day from Jason Brophy comes off the board. We went back and reviewed, and it looked like in the south end, which is going to be the tricky part. Unfortunately, Brophy touched 199, got under that 200 mile an hour threshold, and unfortunately can't dip below 200 there. We've had to call that off a couple times today. All right, the next driver to take to the track, it'll be number 2, Matt Hollibaugh. Matt, please reset your car and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, best of luck, sir. You're free to qualify. So, Matt Hollibaugh makes it across the line without much issue there.
Well,
And that's the end of that run for Matt. Well, sorry to see that, Matt. I was just about to comment in the stream how I've got your proper paint up now, but I guess we'll have to wait to see it in a later session. You've got 2 more qualification attempts remaining. All right, the next driver to qualify, the number 91, Robert Mletchka. Robert, please reset your car and join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Rob, you're free to go qualify. Best of luck. It's been an interesting turn of events through this part of Group 2. We looked at it as certainly a segment of this initial qualifications draw that we felt would be strong. And Brophy put up a great run. Unfortunately, the run disallowed after he did not maintain 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. We've had no shows from Matt Pavelski and Phil Kraus, who we expect to be contenders and on the pointy end of the grid. So what other curveballs do we have coming our way? Let's go right on the 200 mile an hour mark. Very close there through turn 1. But down the back stretch, and he's on it from there. Strong first lap, as you would expect from Robert Mletchka, 39.270. That's right in the range of some of the fastest first laps on the day. Jason Brophy ran the fastest. Mletchka just 5 thousandths of a second off of that from the first lap. Robert Mletchka, one of the best in the iRacing IndyCar community. Runner-up in this race last year after a thrilling duel with Phil Kraus. The two drivers, perhaps the two at the top of the game right now in the iRacing IndyCar community, arguably. I think a lot of others would have some things to say about that, but they have been dominant over the last few years, really, and separated by just a blink of an eye after 500 miles last year. Final lap for Robert Mletchka. He's been trending quick. Is it enough? It's enough, folks. The first 4-lap average speed over 228.4. Mletchka goes to the point. The first 4-lap timed average under a 39.4. That's a 39.398. And we have a new provisional pole sitter. It's Robert Mletchka, last year's runner-up. Perhaps here to tend to some unfinished business. Nice run, Rob. That is a provisional pole at this point in time, a 228.438. Next in line would be number 73, Broderick Banta. But he is not here at this point in time. Neither is the number 98 car of Pim Van Gastel. I do see Matt Taylor, Shane Coker, Gary Yost. I do see you guys loaded in there. We're not quite at the 30-minute mark for getting ahead of schedule, but we'll take just a couple minutes break, and then, Matt, I will call you to come make a qualifications run in about 3 minutes time from now. So just a short break, folks. The track is not open for practice, but we'll be back in just a few moments. All right, back at it with pole day qualifications. The next driver in line, the number 72 of Matt Taylor. Matt, you may present your car on the pit lane, reset, and come join us at the end of pit lane. All right, Matt, you are cleared to qualify. Best of luck. So Matt Taylor, another car out of the MadWorks stable, the driver of the number 72 machine. Making his way through the warm-up lap. About to take his first lap under green. So first lap for Matt Taylor. It is a 2:29. Strong in the sub 39.3 second bracket. Sorry for the delay, getting the lap by lap timing board up for a couple drivers. Make sure to get that up a little sooner for you guys. A little bit of a drop off, still safely within the 228 range, but it goes down to a 39.4, so Taylor loses just over a tenth of a second from lap 1 to lap 2. And it's a similar 11/100th of a second fall off, and it looks like Taylor got into the wall there. He is off the pace. Enough to slow him down, not enough to quit running though. He's going to finish out this lap. He's sitting nicely, obviously still with the fourth lap to go, and that's obviously a bear to deal with. But through 3 laps at 228.4 mile-an-hour average. Let's see how far he falls after this 4th lap tagging the wall. So 39.790 on the 4th lap. Bit of a drop off, obviously. Slots Matt Taylor in 12th fastest. He was probably heading towards a top 10 run at this point. Probably even a little better than that. But it's first run of the weekend for Matt Taylor. He'll have 2 more to try to improve on his standing. All right, next up to qualify is Shane Coker. Shane, please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Shane, you are free to take to the track. Good luck. So Shane Coker, driver of the number 32 machine for Votive Racing, carrying sponsorship from the Votive Racing League. On the clock, his first lap. That will count. Let's see where Shane stacks up after lap 1 here on the line. .377, good for 228.560 miles per hour. We'll see if he can hang on to that 228 range on lap 2. It's a 39.494 for the second lap, so he does dip down into the high 227s. Now you look to see how much fall off he might have. If you're going to be in the 227s on lap 2, you probably have to have nearly identical lap 3, maybe just a marginal amount of fall off. You can't afford much when you start dipping into this range. Does still have some fall off there. 39.6 on the third lap. Low 227 range for Coker. His first attempt here in 2025 at the PRI Hoosier 500. It's Swift Penguin Creations Poll Day live here on the Hoosier 500 YouTube channel. Coker brings it safely off of turn 4. Hustling towards the line, and he'll complete his 4 laps qualification effort. A 39.543 second 4-lap average. Coker slots in 18th fastest right now. "29 drivers have taken times to this point. All right, next to qualify will be the number 95 car of Gary Yost III. Gary, reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, you are clear to qualify. Best of luck. So Gary Yost driving for All-American iRacers, piloting the Dan Gurney Special. Gary coming around to complete his warm-up lap. Safely over the 200-mile-an-hour range down on the south end. And now he's green for the most challenging 4 laps in all of qualifying. 10 miles here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. First lap for Gary, a 39.607. So that's in the 227 mile an hour range. Second lap for Gary. A 39.724. So he's down into the mid 226 range here. It's been steady though, despite lacking a little bit of pace. Strong run so far from Gary Yost. Clean off of turn 2. Down the backstretch, 2 more corners to complete here. While they look identical, they certainly aren't. Each corner throws its own challenges at a driver throughout. Not just the 1 lap, but each of the 4 laps where they all take on a different personality across 16 turns. So that completes the attempt for Gary Yost III. 25th on the time charts right now. All right, Gary, thank you for completion of your attempt. Next to qualify, the number 25, Brendan Lichtenberg. Brendan, please reset your car and then join us at the end of the pit lane. You are free to qualify. Best of luck. So Brendan Lichtenberg on the track now. Another longtime veteran of the iRacing IndyCar community. He's won some big races. A mainstay in top split IndyCar racing on this simulation. Team I5G driver. Carrying sponsorship from Hyperstar.Racing. Brendan completes his warm-up lap. A little quicker than most warm-up laps from the drivers that are up on the top of the leaderboard right now. So it's a 39.304 for Lichtenberg, just a whisker under 229 miles an hour on lap 1. And I was going back and looking at the warm-up laps for each driver in the top 5, and his was the quickest Obviously, Lichtenberg is not in the top 5 presently, but if you compare him to people in the top 5, Lichtenberg went quicker on his warm-up lap than any other driver. Let's see how it shakes out for him. A strong 39.395 on the second lap. Still well within the 228 bracket. We'll see if he can hang on to 228 for the third lap here. It's going to be tight. .502, so he does dip into the 227s on that third lap. One more lap to go. Let's ride along with Brendan, see how he navigates these last couple corners. Very precise. Bit of an earlier entry in turn 4. Holds it down a little bit longer. A nice solid run though from Brendan Lichtenberg. .39.6 on the final lap. That'll slot Lichtenberg in 7th fastest. Nice run, Brendan. That puts you provisionally 7th fastest right now. Next car to qualify would be the number 12 of Nathan Paris. Nathan, please present your car in the pit lane and join us at the end of pit road. All right, Nathan, the track is yours. Good luck. Nathan Paris completes his out lap in plenty of time. Maintaining 200 miles an hour for now through the South Chute. Driver the number 12 machine for WSR Esports. Sponsored by Adidas Racing, Next Level Racing, and Abruzzi. Warm-up lap in the books for Nathan. Now he's on his first timed lap. Warm-up lap was at 42 seconds and a tenth. That's generally where we have seen people at least. Right around that 42 second mark, give or take a few tenths of a second. Off of turn 4, Paris on his first lap. Let's see what his beginning pace is here. 39.318, so that's some solid speed on the first lap. 228.903, the mile per hour. That's a solid start to the run for Nathan Paris. Let's see how he backs it up on the second lap. First lap, 39.318. Second lap, 39.418. So just a tenth separating him from lap 1 to lap 2. Not a bad drop off for Nathan Paris. Third lap maintains the trend. Just a little bit more of a drop off there. 11 hundredths, but Paris maintaining a decent pace here. High 227 mark on lap 3. He's got a shot at the top 10 depending on these final 2 corners here on lap 4. Unfortunately, lap 4 is where a lot of runs are made and broken. It was a 39.71, nearly a 2/10 fall off from lap 3 to lap 4 on the timesheet, and a full mile an hour between laps 3 and 4 for Nathan Paris. All right, Nathan, you slotted in at 13th fastest provisionally after that run. The number 97 is Sebastian Kinder, is the next to qualify. Sebastian, please present your car on the pit lane and come join us at the end of pit road. All right, you're free to qualify. Best of luck on your run. So Sebastian Kinder makes his debut at the Hoosier 500. Maintains pace through turns 1 and 2. Our lone entrant from the country of France, Sebastian, joining us today. Driving for Team Watson Racing. It's sponsored by Team Watson Racing Setups. Comes off turn 4. A tight exit there on the exit of 4. He completes his warm-up lap with a time of 42.46 seconds. So the first lap for Sebastian Kinder in the books, 228.351 mile-an-hour lap. From a time perspective, that's a 39.41. Probably need to be in that 39.3 range on the first lap. Impressively, though, one of the smallest fall-offs we've seen from lap 1 to lap 2. Kinder only lost 0.08 of a second between the two laps. That equates out to about 0.5 of a mile an hour. But a consistent pace set thus far for Kinder. Let's see how he fares on lap 3. A little bit more drop off, 39.588, but not much more. Still less than 1/10 of a second, and his entire run has been separated by just about 1 mile an hour on average speed. Little darty on the exit of 4 there, but not too bad. He hangs on to it. And that car sounds... It was. That car is underpowered. Coming across the line, it's a 39.897. And for Kinder, looks like he ran out of fuel coming off of turn 4 there. So that'll slot him in 25th fastest thus far. It wasn't a terrible run before that, but I think he lost a lot coming down the front stretch there. All right, Sebastian, after your qualifications attempt, your 25th fastest provisionally. Next to take to the track, 49 car of Seb Alexander. It appears that the 49 car is not here presently. So that'll bring us to the 28 car of Matthias Strauss. You may now reset your car and join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, the track is yours. You're available to... Whoa. Yep, you may now proceed to qualify. Some interesting driver names coming up following Strauss, who appears to safely clear the outlap timer. Keep an eye on his speed now. Right at 202 coming through turn 1. And 202 coming through turn 2. After Strauss, the 66 of Cameron Dance was scheduled to qualify. We don't see him in the room at the moment, but following him, the 74 of Adam Blocker, who has been a force, finishing in the top 10 at this race each year of its existence, and finishing second twice. So Blocker would come after Cameron Dance, and the 812 of Marco Brazil would come after Adam Blocker. So some interesting drivers coming up in just a few moments here, folks. Steady lap in the mid 39 threes. It's a 228.641 mile an hour lap to start things off for the driver of the number 28 car, Matthias Strauss. Also driving for Team Watson Racing, sponsored by Track Racer. Solid second lap, 39.441. Keeps Strauss in the 228 mile an hour bracket. Halfway through this run. Let's follow along and see how he navigates as we move into the second half of this lap and the second half of his qualifications attempt. Too bad there, maybe a little tight through the center of turn 4. Goes down nicely there, clean through turn 2 on the 4th and final lap. Strauss currently sitting at just over a 228 mile an hour average. We'll see what the 4th lap impact will be. Not too bad of an RPM drop there for Strauss. Should be fairly clean off the corner. It's a 39.668 on the final lap. 4-lap average speed, 227.767 miles per hour. That's good for 16th fastest. All right, sir. That run is good for 16th quickest. Thank you for your attempt. You've got 2 more remaining for the weekend. Up next would be the number 66 of Cameron Dance, but he is not in the room presently, so we're going to skip his spot in the qualifications line. The next driver up would be the number 74 of Adam Blocker. So Adam, please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Adam, you're free to qualify. Best of luck. So Adam Blocker takes to the track. No driver to this point in the history of the Hoosier 500 has had a better career at this race than Adam Blocker, of all drivers who haven't won it yet. Blocker driving for Power Slide Motorsports. Beats the outlap timer. Good 5 to 6 miles an hour clear of the minimum speed to get through the south chute there and on into the backstretch. Just looking at some driver stats, these are the finishing positions for Adam Blocker at the Hoosier 500 all time. 5th, 2nd, 2nd, and 3rd last year. So a perennial threat here on the track. Adam Blocker begins his first timed lap, a warm-up lap of 42.3, right in the range of a lot of the contenders at the top end of the timesheet. .286. So Blocker, as he begins his second lap, first time lap in the books, over 229. Second lap for Blocker, 39.378. Well within the 228 range. Let's see if he can remain in the 228 mile an hour range for lap 3. That's been the defining factor for anybody that wants to crack the top 5 right now in pole day qualifications. It's a strong third lap. He does hang on. 228.016 the time. I'm sorry, the speed. The time at 39.471. So strong run here by Adam Blocker. As he currently stands, probably just a shade off of getting to Robert Mletchka on the pole. So this is a setup that's only fallen off about 1900ths across the run to this point. Lap 4 in the books. It's a 39.564. So Blocker does nip the top 5. 4-lap average speed, 228.283. So Adam Blocker adds another power slide car to the top of the grid. All right, congrats, Adam. Good run. 5th fastest provisionally at the moment. The next car to qualify will be the 812 of Marco Brazil. Marco, please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Marco, you're clear to take to the track. Best of luck. Marco Brazil, one of the fastest drivers we have here on iRacing. He has been a mainstay in the iRacing IndyCar community for quite some time now. Driver of the 812 car, of course, hailing from Brazil. Sponsored by MB Setups, Tent Factory Sim Racing. Right now, got about 15 drivers left in Group 2's qualifications draw. .030 for Marco on his warm-up lap. 3-time starter in the PRI Hoosier 500, Marco Brazil. He qualified 7th in the inaugural race in 2019, finished 26th. Qualified 16th in the second year, finished 22nd. And in 2022, he was additionally 16th and finished 32nd. All right, Marco, unfortunately, we're going to have to waive off this qualifications attempt for you. We went back and reviewed, and when you began your warm-up lap, you were actually underneath the 200-mile-an-hour threshold, which does invalidate your qualifications attempt. So unfortunately, when Marco crossed the line, he was underneath the 200-mile-an-hour threshold to begin his warm-up lap. So immediately he had basically been disqualified. All right, so the next driver in the qualifications line would have been the number 78, Matthias Ezekiel Marcomini, but unfortunately Matthias let us know that he's unable to make it, so he will not be part of the initial qualifications draw run right here. Chad Simpson is the next driver up, and we are right at the edge of the 30-minute ahead threshold. But I do see Chad's in here, and I see that Caleb Brashear is in here. So we will run Chad now, and we'll run Caleb as well since you guys are already here and ready to roll. And then after that, we'll take stock on whether or not we need to take a short break to catch up with the qualifications schedule. So with that being said, number 42, Chad Simpson, please take to the track. I'm sorry, please bring your car to the pit lane and meet us at the end of pit lane. All right, Chad, you may proceed out to the racetrack. Best of luck on your attempt. Unfortunately, we hate to have to make these calls, particularly when it comes to the outlap and the warm-up lap procedure rules, but the rules are in place just to basically keep some guardrails and ensure that we get moving through qualifications as necessary. So Chad gets around in the allotted amount of time. So Chad Simpson, as we talk about veterans in this iRacing IndyCar community, he's one of them. Long-time racer, now driving for Satellite Racing. Sponsorship from Seraph Secure. Strong first lap from Simpson in the 229 range. There's only been a handful of drivers to get to that point. Second lap for Simpson. Let's see how high he can go here. It's a 39.381, so he loses about a 10th. Still maintains a mid 228 mile an hour lap. Let's do a little visor cam action with Chad Simpson. See exactly what he would see as the driver. Still a little bit of drop off. Not bad though. Chad Simpson's in that magical box. 228 on lap 3. So he is in the realm for making a really strong case right here. Just past 12:45 on Saturday. Putting himself in a great position to be part of the fastest 33. He's got to make it through the north end of the track here. One more corner to go. Not bad. Coming across the line, Chad Simpson, strong effort. It's a 39.429 second average. It's a 228.261 mile an hour run. And Chad Simpson, 6th fastest provisionally. Great run from the driver of the number 42 car. Nice run there, Chad. Provisionally 6th fastest right now. And we'll move along in the order. Number 18, Caleb Brashear. You are next to qualify. Please present your car on the pit lane. Join us at the end of pit road. All right, Caleb, you may take to the track. Best of luck on your attempt. Caleb Brashear driving for Luke Mansky Racing Esports. Sounded like a couple close calls with the wall. Still a lap, respectably, in the 39.397 bracket. 228.444 miles per hour. Caleb sponsored by iPredictor. Second lap, still in the 228 range. This is our 50th qualifications attempt today. We are already well into bumping, folks. This is the 50th attempt. This will be our 37th driver to set a time if Caleb completes his run. It means there have been 13 times that have been cut short, either by race control rules enforcements or crashes. Caleb Brashear, final lap. He's hanging on to a 2:28 average. He'll probably lose it on this lap. Let's see where he sorts out. The run is complete. 227.723 miles an hour. Good for 20th fastest for Caleb Brashear. All right, Caleb, your run was good for 20th quick provisionally so far. Next to the track, number 35 car, Brett Punkari. You may now enter the pit lane. Come visit us down at the end of pit road to start your qualifications attempt. All right, you may begin your attempt. Best of luck. So as we mentioned, doing a little bit of bumping already. Still with just under 7 hours to go here on pole day. We've got obviously a bunch of time, just about 12 hours of qualifications on bump day tomorrow. But Michael Chin currently sits on the bubble, 226.018. If you're looking for that in a time number, it'd be a 39.82 4-lap average in terms of seconds. Pankari working his way through his warm-up lap. Warm-up lap in the books, one of the fastest. A 41.542. Most drivers right around the 42-second flat range, give or take a tenth or two. Okay, we bring up the lap tracker, Brett, first lap, 227.399. was like, why isn't that lap popping up? You got to hit enter, Tanner. 226.860 on the second lap for Brett Pancari. Roars through turns 3 and 4. This is bringing the penultimate lap of the run to a close. .734. Brett joined us on an episode of Today at the 500 for a interview. It was a lot of fun. He's really enjoying himself at the Hoosier 500. Wasn't quite confident of the pace and still has a little bit of ways to go, but out here with a banker lap, banker run in hand. Currently 32nd quick at 226.645 for Brett Pancari. All right, Brett, you're all complete with your lap, or your qualifications attempt. 30-second quick so far. That brings the number 96 of Alex Van de Sant. Please reset your car and join us at the end of pit lane for your qualifications attempt. All right, you are free to proceed onto the track. Best of luck. Van de Sant flirting with that 200-mile-an-hour number, but he keeps it at a lowest number of 201. And onward he goes to the acceleration part of that warm-up lap. Getting ready for the first timed lap. His first run at Pole Day Qualifications presented by Swift Penguin Creations here at the PRI Hoosier 500. Van de Sant, another one of the talented drivers for Powerslide Motorsports. Down under that white line early, hugging the curb. Let's see what this first lap looks like. As you'd expect, a strong 39.272. That's in the 229-mile-an-hour bracket. 229.171 for Alex Van de Sand's first lap. Right in the ballpark where you need to be, not only to contend for the pole, but to be safely in this race for next weekend. Time comes through, 228.6, so a strong second lap. Anything over the 228.5 mark for lap 2 has been pretty solid, so Alex Van de Sand on a strong run here. He works his way through the North Chute on his third lap. All the way out to the wall. Nice, careful merge. The 39.444. This is a strong run from Alex Van de Sand. Still in the 228 mile an hour range. Heading into lap 4. Let's see how he works his way through these ultra important last 2 corners of the 4th lap. Pulls the car down, way down low. Might have clipped the curb just a little bit. Very low in turn 4. I don't think it was as low as turn 3. But we're going to see right here at the line. He drops off about 12 hundredths of a second. That does put him at a 39.411 4-lap timed average. Second fastest on the board with a 228.366 mile an hour run. So Alex Van de Sand of Powerslide Motorsports goes to P2 with his run here on pole day qualifications. All right, Alex, nice run, man. That gets you second quickest so far. P2 provisionally at 228.366 miles per hour. Okay, the next driver to qualify will be Edison Toole. Edison, please reset your car, then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Edison, you're free to take to the track. Best of luck on your run. Edison right around that 202 mile an hour mark through turn 1. Safely through turn 2, up over 215 miles an hour. So he's getting on the warm-up lap early. I'm going to imagine this one's going to be sub 42 seconds, if not quicker. Might break the 41-second barrier. Edison Toole making his first attempt at qualifying for the PRI Hoosier 500. The warm-up lap is complete. It was a 41.094, so very close to a sub 41 second warm-up lap. This might have been the quickest, or one of the quickest for sure. So Edison Toole makes his way through his first lap. It's a 39.732. That's right around with Edison on a little visor cam. Works his way down the backstretch, hugging the wall the whole time, and a lot of you may notice if you're not familiar with sim racing. Generally, at the Indianapolis 500, drivers will let the car come off the wall and then veer towards the inside wall for heading back out towards the outside wall for corner entry. You don't do that as much here in iRacing. On the sim, it doesn't pay really anything at all. It doesn't have much benefit to bring the car off the wall and unload the car in the way that you would in real life. So, for the most part, you stay up near the wall. You try to minimize the amount of track distance traveled by turning the car even down on a straightaway. And give yourself the best possible entry into the next corner. Particularly important here at Indianapolis, of course. Edison down in the 225 range for the third lap here, so he certainly will need to find a little bit of speed when it comes to making the field of 33, but a smooth, clean run so far. He gets very close to the outside wall with that right front tire. A little bit pushy through turn 3 there. He gets it down way early in turn 4 with a lot of wheel in it. So Edison Toole made it through the run. Let's see what the 4-lap average is. Yeah, the last lap in the 40s. It was a 40.048 for Edison on that last lap. That brought him to a 39.872 second 4-lap average. That puts him 36th quickest right now. All right, Edison, you're 36th in the current lineup right now. You have 2 attempts remaining. Next in the line would be number 79, Brian Carey. Unfortunately, Brian not here at the moment, so we're going to skip his spot in the qualifications line. Additionally, the 22 of Anthony Heitzma is not here. So by skipping Anthony, then we do get more than 30 minutes ahead in the qualifications draw order here for Group 2. So I know that number 53, Rashad Craig, I know that you're here right now, but we are going to hold up qualifications for a little bit so we get closer back to the guideline times that were published on the group draw sheet. So what we're going to do, similar to what we did earlier, we're going to take a 20-minute break. We'll come back at 1:33 p.m. Eastern Time. And at that time, we'll resume qualifications with the 53 car. Until then, the track is open for practice for Group 2 participants. So the track is open for practice now. We'll be back in 20 minutes with PRI Hoosier 500 Pole Day Qualifying presented by Swift Penguin Creations. All right, folks. After a little break, we're about to clear the track from practice and start the resumption of qualifications. Just have a handful of drivers left in Group 2. Then we'll wait until 3 p.m. and begin open qualifying. So in just a moment, we're going to start things off. And now we'd like to bring the number 53 car, Rashad Craig. Please load in and proceed to the end of the pit lane for your attempt at qualifications. All right, you are free to take to the track. Good luck. All right, so Rashad coming up to speed. We get rolling again with pole day qualifications. Just over 6 hours left. It starts to click off fast. Just 7 drivers left in Group 2 qualifying. A strong first lap from Rashad Craig. 229.025. Indy Alliance Racing driver. Sponsorship from Cozy Threads and P1 Broadcasting. So, strong showing here out the gate for Rashad Craig. Let's see what he does on the second lap. Bit of a drop off, still in the mid 228s. That was a 39.4 second lap. Third lap in the books. 39.493 for Rashad Craig. Rashad Craig bringing it home. It's been a strong run. It's a 39.619. A lap 4 lap speed of 227.164. And for Rashad, that's a 228.1 average. That's a top 10 run at this current juncture. So Rashad Craig, 10th fastest after that run. Great run from the 53 car. Nice run, sir. That is 10th fastest provisionally thus far. We will now invite the driver of the number 71 car, Will Weiser. Please reset your car and then come meet us at the end of the pit lane. The track is yours. Best of luck. All right, so Will Weiser, the man on track right now. 39.348. First lap time, first lap speed, about 228.5 miles an hour. Maybe 228 3/4, probably more accurate. And what we're going to do, we're going to get through this run, and I'll introduce the next driver, Kyle Clenworth, which I believe does a lot of racing in the the Elite Racing League. And we're going to bring in Gary Godso to chat with us for a little bit, which is a great crossover because he does a lot of great work for the Elite Racing League. .39.4 4.31 for Will Weiser. Second lap, 228.24 miles an hour. Not much drop off there. It's a good bundle of laps, and he's in that range in the 228s for both laps. Third lap for Weiser. Still not a ton of fall off. Mid 227s here. Down the back stretch, barreling down into turn 3. Using up all the track on exit. Weiser through turn 4, a little higher through that corner, but he's on the front stretch and he can see the checkered flag now. Completed run for Will Weiser. It's good for 20th quick so far. 227.782 miles per hour. So a decent attempt from Will Weiser there. All right, nicely done, Will. That'll put you 20th quick so far. The next driver to take to the track will be number 10, Kyle Clenworth. Kyle, please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Kyle, you may now take to the track. Best of luck on your attempt. All right, so we're watching Kyle Clenworth take to the track. Just over 6 hours left in qualifications today. We're almost through the Group 2 qualifications draw. Open qualifications beginning in just about an hour and 15 minutes from now at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to welcome in a very special guest, and he's more like family at this point through the proceedings. It's Gary Godso, voice of the Hoosier 500, joining us. Gary, how you doing today? And happy poll day to you. Yeah, no, I hear you great.
To nobody's surprise right there, but Clinty is a good pal of mine. He's a defending champion of a number of fixed oval leagues, and he did very well in the month of May in the fixed Indy 500. He was one of only 2 drivers to complete every single lap in the fixed Indy 500s that were in May, and he won 2 of them and finished on the podium in the other 2 of them. So he should definitely be a threat. Now we're an open setup, so everything's a little bit different.
Sure,
but still, a good driver is a good driver.
Totally. I thought you might have some great insight on Clendy. He's really made a name on a lot of your broadcasts, I feel like, over the last year or two. Not sure how much of the action you've been able to take in so far this morning, but what are your early impressions of the leaderboard? So maybe surprises that you've noticed along the way. I feel like that was a great run by Rashad Craig just a few minutes ago to put himself in the top 10. Kind of what have been your early observations along the way?
Yeah, that's going to be expected of a Rashad Craig because he's a former Open Series champion, which they're used to doing these open setups and getting in there and tweaking. But I'm looking at it's all the super teams up front. It's Robert Mletchka, the king, Alex Vanasant, one of his teammates, Hugo Olsen, two-time winner. Alexander Russell was one of the fastest in practice. Jacob Oster now with the I-5G contention. Then we got blockers. So we got a lot of power slide up there. Now we got I-5G. Chad Simpson with Satellite Racing. He's in there, part of that technical alliance with Rogue Racing, which Clindy's part of, and IAR, which Rashad is part of. So they're now also representing in there. So the super teams that have definitely been tweaking. I guess to a lesser extent, I'm not sure who the Mad Works team is working with, but Andrew Marquez in ninth. I don't know them as open setup guys, but I know them as very good drivers. So it could be that they're working with somebody. It could be they clicked on something and they picked up the pace. I don't really see any surprises quite yet. Maybe Nick Luchi down in 16th might be maybe the first of the unknown names. I really don't know. But everyone else kind of in that top 15 are kind of usual suspects, people that you kind of see on the open setup races, the fixed setup races, community guys. We don't have a kind of a Schwartzman kind of yet, a surprise that pops in out of nowhere yet.
All right. Yes, Kyle Clenworth, he pounds along. Respectable run so far. He's still got one lap to go, but carrying an average speed in the low 228. So comes off a turn 4 here, and we're going to see how Kyle slots in. His first attempt at the Hoosier 500. 39.614, so it's good for a 4-lap timed average of a 39.47. That puts him 15th quickest so far. And at this point, we've got 43 drivers who have submitted official times. Nice work, Kyle. That puts you provisionally 15th thus far. The next driver to qualify will be number 31, Presley Sora. Presley, please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane.
Presley, a real world ARCA Menard Series driver. He is going to be, or he is in the NASCAR 25 video game as one of the drivers that you can compete against there. He's a regular participant in the
Presley,
Elite Racing
you're
League.
Clear to go. Sorry there, Gary.
That's okay. You got to take care of the inside baseball stuff. So, Presley in the Elite Racing League in their IndyCar series now, which actually is going to be sponsored by P1 Broadcasting. So it's going to be the P1 IndyCar Cup, and he's going to be a participant there. Hopefully, again in 2025A. He started on, I believe he started on the front row in one of the Elite Racing League Indy 500s here. So he's done the 500-mile distance on the sim in these cars in some high competition leagues. And he does this for real. This is what he gets paid to do.
And Presley Sora, he's got a very nice clean paint scheme. He's driving the Peak Blue Def colors. He is working in alliance with Noah Carmichael, who we've seen quite a bit over this week. Nobody's logged more practice laps than Noah. So Presley and he working together. A lot of knowledge and insight built up over, at least I know for Noah, almost 500 laps of practice this week, and we saw him quite a bit on today at the 500.
He put a lot of laps in during the week.
Presley Sora running specifically under the Presley Sora Racing banner. Sponsorship from Racing Towards a Dream. And he asks you to visit PresleySora.com whenever you get the chance. So down the backstretch he goes. The 3 drivers that are left to participate here in Group 2 qualifications, one being Chris Stouffer, a veteran in this community. He is not in the sim at the moment. Casey Povalone's driving the number 59 car. He is. He would be next up. And the last driver, the number 29, that's Adam Crane. And I just got word from Adam this morning. Unfortunately, work is going to get in the way, and Adam's not going to be able to make an attempt today. So it looks like after this attempt from Presley Sora, unless Chris Stouffer quickly shows up, we'll have Casey Povalones. And that'll send us into a break before we get going at 3 p.m. with open qualifications. Three laps complete for Presley Sora so far. He's sitting at an average speed of 228 miles an hour.
Lap 1 was a 228.7, I believe. Lap 2 a 228.1. Lap 3 a 227.3. 3-lap average of 228 flat right now.
He's 15 thousandths of a second better than his teammate Noah Carmichael on the 3rd lap. 4th lap here. A 39.706. So that slots Presley in 26th quick so far. 4-lap average speed, 227 there for the number 31 car.
You might have to go back out later today. Where Clindy is, I'm not even sure if that's even a good, safe spot. As we get some more practice in and car and drivers decide they're going to lean these things out and try in terms of trimming out the drag on them, we might see some of these that are kind of technically in the field now get bumped out later. 26 is a little too far down near the bottom. The mid-pack, at this point, with all the drivers we still have left to go, I would say it's still a little dangerous. I think if you're in the top 10, I think you got to feel pretty good, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. And to your point, there's still some heavy hitters out there, so there's going to be some shuffling, certainly, throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll see. Chris Stouffer is not in here just yet, so going to have to make a determination on him here. Nice work, Presley. That puts you 26th fastest at this point in time in qualifying. Next up would be the number 13 of Chris Stouffer, but he is not in the server at the moment. So we'll move ahead to the number 59, Casey Povalones. Please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. We'll get Casey on track here, and then, I'd like to have a little discussion on where we think, and it's hard to tell early on, but where that bump line might be. All right, Casey, you're now free to take to the track. Best of luck.
I think the 20th and lower at this point doesn't need to be concerned, like lose sleep, but they need to probably get out there, I would say, and do some practice when the track opens for practice. See if they can lean out the cars a little bit, trim them out, maybe make them a little bit faster to see that just in case they have to go late in the day today or anytime tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think obviously it kind of also depends on how you felt about that run. Do you feel like you've got more in the tank? If you do, that's actually quite a benefit because you feel, while you maybe didn't nail it on your first run and you might be a little frustrated with yourself there, it's good to know that the car's got more in it. I think you get a lot more concerned if you're one of these guys sitting, like you said, 20th on down to 33rd, and you feel like, man, I really think I put a good run together. I don't know how much more I can get out of it from there. That's when guys start getting nervous, start getting a little desperate, and you start throwing some Hail Marys at the car that maybe coming into today you felt really good about. And then the times start rolling in, and you see how thin the margins are, and obviously it's only going to get tighter from here on out.
So one thing that we have the come up the speed lap, and then we have a line lap, and then we go green. I believe that's the way that we're doing the procedures. For anybody watching, so kind of like real. I think in the real 500, what you get 2 laps, or is it?
That's right.
They reduced it to 1. Yeah.
No, it is the 2.
Yeah, and we don't require, I guess, the 2 to come up to speed here. We get right at it. But I guess this would be the lap that Tom Carnegie would say, and he's on it.
That'd be the one. You timed it out really well there, Gary. Now it's I considered doing 2 at one point in time, but obviously we've got a high volume of guys to get through. It might take a little bit too long, but I do like it from the authenticity standpoint, no doubt. .354 for Casey on his first lap. 228.693 miles per hour.
They at 228.6. We got a lap 2 report coming in here now. It's 39.421 to 228.3. Not a lot of fall off there, just a tenth.
Nope, not
of
bad.
A second. Casey is a regular participant in the top split broadcast that we do on P1 on Tuesday nights for the Indy Oval Series. So when I say top split, that means he has an I rating high enough that when they get separated into multiple groups, he typically goes in with the group of the faster drivers or the higher end drivers. And he's shown on the fixed side of things a lot of pace here very recently. He's been working on his racecraft. And he's got the qualifying side thing down pretty good in fixed races. Now he needs to kind of work on getting the performance in during the races.
Not a bad set of laps in the middle part of this run from a pure speed perspective. Kept the first 2 laps within the 228 barrier. You got to keep lap 2 especially over 228 or 227 miles an hour. Keep it in that 228 range. Lap 3 was a 39.523 second run. That's good for 227 miles an hour. And he brings it home on lap 4 here.
640. When I say 640, I'm just using the last 3 after the seconds. Just about everything you're going to see today is going to be in the 39-second bracket. That's a 227 flat. He is just shy of a 228 4-lap average. 4-lap average of 227.938. And you'll have to tell me where that slots in provisionally.
Yeah, right now that puts Casey 16th provisionally.
Not bad.
Out there. Good run, Casey. That puts you provisionally 16th in the cars that have made a run thus far today. So it appears the only other driver left in Group 2 qualifications is Adam Crane. And Adam is not able to attend today. So that will put a conclusion to Group 2 qualifications. So what that means is we will not resume qualifying until the open session begins at 3 o'clock p.m. So for anybody that wants to be a part of that session or make an additional qualifications attempt, you do have to hop in the session at 3 p.m. Of note, for anybody that's listening that plans to participate, I must be in the session and I must put in the text chat that I'm present. Obviously, as we all know, basically, once somebody enters an iRacing session, their name usually pops up early, but that doesn't always mean they're in the sim yet. So, want to make sure that I'm in the sim, and then from there, people can place their request to join the qualifications line in the sim at that time. I gotta say, Gary, headset sounds great, man.
Thank you. This is my Arjuna investment.
Well, we appreciate the. I know the wife was consulted as well, and she's a trooper.
Yeah, she was definitely that this close to Christmas time when you spend that much money on yourself. It is not well, it's frowned upon. So I had to get this one cleared through the boss. But like I said, anybody at Race Spot, if you're going to be at the Sim Gaming Expo again in the 2026 edition of it, you owe my wife dinner.
That's right. That's right. No, it sounds
well, I guess
great.
while we're here, I guess we could go over the. I don't know if you have any graphics or anything for the provisional lineup, but with where we're at so far provisionally, we got row 1, Mletchka, Van de Sant Olsen, all team power slide on the front row. So they're going to attempt a Team Petsky from 88 and Team Petsky from 2024.
Yeah, and it's as you mentioned, a lot of heavy hitters at the pointy end of the grid, as one would expect. I have been impressed that for the most part, when those big teams have gone out, they've nailed on these runs, and that's again not easy to do. It feels really good as a driver if you're first one out or out early that you get this done on your first attempt. Not only do you get to keep your grid position for Saturday, being a Saturday qualifier, and you get to grid ahead of Sunday qualifiers, but just to not have to endure the stress of having to go back out there, pulling times and everything that goes with that.
We got row 2, Alexander Russell, Jacob Oster, Adam Blocker. So again, power slide, I5G power slide. Then we go back to row 8. We got Alexis Newsome, not row 8, excuse me. Row 3 is going to be Simpson, Newsome, and Marquez. Simpson, Satellite Racing. Alexis Newsome, former winner here in the Lionheart Series, pulled off an impressive strategy to win that race. Had one pit stop less than everybody else. Did a great job there. So we know she's with one of the power teams. And we got the first of the Works team with Andrew Marquez. Then in the next row, we got Craig Lichtenberg and Blaze Andrich. So we got Rashad Craig with IAR. That's Indy Alliance. He is a former Open Series champion. We got Brendan Lichtenberg, a hyperstar, one of our star streamers, one of the I5G guys. Then we got Blaze Andrich. 4-alarm Blaze Andrich. Well, he might as well be 5-alarm now because this might be the consolation prize to him if he could make this race. He just missed qualifying for the Pro Series this week. Just missed it. Just a little bit of bad luck. A little bit of good luck got gone his way. Maybe that good luck the racing gods saved for him today. So Blaze, he is the lead driver of the Rogue Racing effort right now, and he's in 12th spot. Then we got Dylan Freckleton. We've talked about him a lot in practice. Then we got Ty Kila, which is a teammate to Blaze Andrich. He's in 14th. Then Clindy, also a teammate to Blaze and Ty. So they're all together. So you can kind of tell they're all kind of using the same setup right here. They're 13th, 14th, 14th and 15th. And Casey Povolonis, who we just saw in 16th. I think the top 15 could feel pretty good. Certainly the top 10 could feel really comfortable. I don't think we're going to cycle around, so we're going to see people that have struggled today all of a sudden jump up into the top 15. We might see one or two. Someone might throw a little cash at one of these other teams. I've heard it happen before. I have heard this happen before. Somebody
happens in
threw
real
cash
life
at one of
and
these.
outside real life.
It does happen, and you have these bigger teams that will maybe make a buck off their setup. I mean, these are you tell me, Tanner. You've done this before. these are state secrets, right?
Oh, yeah.
They don't get any more sensitive than some of these A1 power team setups that some of these cars and these drivers have. It doesn't get more secretive than that, and they might click 2 or 3 settings on that setup, 15 or 20 different clicks in an opposite direction, and sell it to a team for, I've heard, 3 figures sometimes to sell to another person to set up. I've heard that happen before, and we might see someone that we didn't expect that maybe did a little back room, smoky room deal to get a setup, and they move themselves up. But that is not outside of the realm of possibility. And you're right, that has happened in real racing here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where it's not necessarily called buying a ride, but maybe coming up with a technical agreement, and then, on race day, all of a sudden a certain sponsor shows up on the side of your car.
Right. No, 100%. There's it does happen. As you mentioned, setups at this level of open wheel racing on iRacing, particularly those that are concerned with Indianapolis, really are closely guarded. I was looking down while you were reading kind of the rundown at the lineup as it currently stands, and trying to find drivers that have huge outlier laps, particularly the last lap. And one that I identified, Matt Taylor's sitting down there 20th quick right now. He ran a really good first lap. It was a sub 39.3 first lap.
Yeah.
The second lap wasn't terrible at a 39.4, and the third lap at a 39.515 wasn't bad either, but he had a ballooned 39.79 lap on the fourth lap. And if you just look at all the times around him, even drivers down as low as 34th. Actually, nobody in the top 33 ran a worse fourth lap than Matt Taylor. And you have to go outside the top 33
tire management
to find somebody who did worse. So Matt could move up the grip. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably when you talk about who felt good during their run, he probably is. He's happy he's in at this point. He's a former winner. He's mainly a short track guy in the Indy Fixed Series or the Indy Oval Series. He's Mr. Richmond. He knows how to drive these cars around Richmond. But he's probably just kind of kicking himself a little bit, maybe there for tire management. And if he were to go out again, he might maybe take one of those laps a little bit more gingerly and try to have a little bit extra tire left on that fourth lap. But it's all tire management. You'd hate to think that over 4 laps you lose that much in these tires, but you do. And all you do is you save a little bit on one lap. You can have that little bit left at the end of lap 4. I think he's right at that bubble area, right in the top 20 or the bottom 20 to 33. That whole area I think can flux here coming up soon. But he's probably going to come out later today, re-practice, and he might not feel comfortable with that. He's probably happy that he's in, but he doesn't like that result that you were talking about, where the fourth lap he was probably hanging on, and it probably had his tools way over adjusted to just bring that car home. And he did what he had to do. He had to bring that car home. He had to get the checkered flag. He couldn't just take an incomplete run and wave it off, because that would have been one of his attempts done. And we're only getting old school 3 strikes here. Yeah. So he would have wasted. So now what he could do is he would have to represent to go qualifying, and then his time that you see presented there would be pulled, and then he would go again. So he would be on second attempt. Would he be on second attempt?
That's correct. Yeah,
he would be on his second attempt, but at least he has a time banked.
Well, the unfortunate part is, though, once you go out and re-qualify, your time is withdrawn. So you're standing on the time that you then set the next time. So it's interesting because without being in the mind with Matt, what actually happened on that run? Was it a driver error where you could attribute yourself to saying, okay, that was a poor corner entry on, maybe the second corner, the second lap. I know that overheated the right rear, and I dealt with that the whole rest of the way. Or is this something he's kind of anticipated, and he knows that it's going to be a bear on lap 4 based on his practice over the week? That will be the interesting dynamic to see whether or not it can basically be fixed if he has to go back out and make another attempt.
Well, and he's also probably looking at his teammates' time. His teammates, Andrew Marquez, in ninth. And so he knows that if they're probably using a very similar setup, that there's more left in that setup.
Yeah.
He might not be happy with that run, and we might see him out later. But right now, he's in the field, but I don't know how comfortable he's feeling.
So we're riding along right now on screen with Jason Brophy, driver of the 88 car. And if anybody missed it earlier, unfortunately, Jason went underneath the 200-mile-an-hour minimum lap speed that you must maintain throughout your warm-up lap. Jason was actually on pace for a pole-worthy qualifications attempt, and unfortunately we had to withdraw that attempt. So this will be an individual that certainly will shoot back up the timing charts, albeit with only 2 attempts left now. So as we talked about the other day, the margin's getting thinner, even for people that could be relatively comfortable. If for some reason Jason Brophy had a bad second attempt this next time out, you're in a precarious spot from here on out.
You never rule out Jason. Of course, he's part of that Power Slide team, private label, Team Hype, that whole organization of drivers. You could never rule him out. He's a former Elite Racing League IndyCar Series champion. Almost won their Triple Crown. They run during their 2020 or their B season. They have an A season and a B season during the year, and he almost won the Triple Crown in the season championship that he won. He won a 500-miler at Pocono, where he came from 2 laps down to win that race, very similar to Jacques Villeneuve here at Indianapolis. Won the Michigan or the either the Michigan or the Fontana race, the other 500-miler, and almost won Indianapolis. I think he finished 3rd, and he was a couple hundredths of a second behind Caleb Bensi, who's not showing up for the qualifications here for this event, and Robert Mletchka, who basically finished side by side for that race, and just behind them was this guy, Brophy, and he almost won the Triple Crown for the Elite Racing League. No one's ever done that, and just to tell you how hard it is in real IndyCar racing, only one driver in the history of real IndyCar racing, 100 years plus, has ever won the Triple Crown, and that was Allenser Sr., before Junior was born, way back in 1978. So I think before Junior was born. So that's how long ago that happens. And right now, of course, we don't have the IndyCar Triple Crown because we only have the one 500-mile race in real life. But even when they did bring the Triple Crown back in the mid to late 2010s, no one ever came close to winning the Triple Crown again. So that's just how hard it is to do. Brophy almost won that. So the fact that he's got one attempt down and just unfortunately didn't meet the minimum requirements for that first lap, he's going to come back. And, if there's anybody that's currently on the bubble in the top 10, they might be bumped down because of him.
No doubt. All right. Well, it's about 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. What we're going to do, we come back at 3 p.m. Eastern with open qualifications. Gary, you're welcome to join again then if you'd like. But we're going to take a little break. We'll come back to the stream with about a 3 o'clock start time and get ready for open qualifications. Everybody else, there's plenty of people that will be eager to get a attempt in. I expect that session to fill up pretty quickly, and we'll see people like Jason Brophy and many others make an attempt to bump their way into the field of 33. Any passing thoughts before we hop off for a little bit, Gary?
No, if people need to practice, get on out here. You're not going to have very many opportunities once the line starts getting moving here. So get on out there if you're watching from home and you're part of the lineup. And you haven't done practice, get some practice in. It's going to take. I think it's going to take some nerves of steel, certainly from positions 20 to 33 to kind of hold on here and keep their spots. But get on in here, get your practice in, because the opportunities to get these crucial practice laps in can become few and far between as the day goes on.
All right. Well, that's Gary Godso. My name is Tanner Watkins. We're going to hop off the stream for a little while. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock Eastern time, and we'll get set for open qualifying. At that point, there'll be about 5 hours left in Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day. It's Robert Mletchka leading the way with a 228.438 mile per hour 4-lap average run. We look forward to speaking to you guys all soon. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day at the PRI Hoosier 500. We're just about to get set for open qualifications, loading into the session now. We will arrange the qualifications order and then get set for open qualifying. We'll have just under 5 hours to go in Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day at the PRI Hoosier 500. Right now, Robert Mletchka leading the way. He is your preliminary pole sitter at this point. A best 4-lap average speed, 228.4380 miles per hour. All right, folks. I think we've received the bulk of the requests that we're going to get right off the top here, and we got quite a list. So we're going to get rolling in 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. We'll start with Brophy, the 88 car. That'll be followed by the 72, 54, 812, and the 66. Those are the first 5 cars. So that's Brophy, Matt Taylor, Hunter Smith, Marco Brazil, Cameron Dance, and the 24, Colin Hile will be after Cameron. That would be the 6th car in line. So got quite a list of probably close to 20 drivers. So 2-minute warning. In 2 minutes, we'll grid Brophy and get rolling with open qualifications. All right, let's get this party started. We are going to start with number 88, Jason Brophy, out to make his qualifications attempt. Jason, you can reset and then meet us at the end of the pit lane and wait for further instruction. Jason, you may take to the track for your second qualifications attempt. Good luck. All right, so here we go, folks. Now we really get into the nuts and bolts of Indy qualifying here at the Hoosier 500. So we have made it through the initial qualifications draw process. Now we're into open qualifying, first come, first serve, requesting a spot in the line. There's no priority line like in real life. There's basically just one line. And when you come out to make a qualifications attempt, if you've already run and you already have a time to your name, then you withdraw that time. Unfortunately for Jason Brophy, he didn't have a time associated with his entry from this morning. He did go out, but his time was withdrawn by race control when he went underneath the 200-mile-an-hour warm-up lap speed minimum. So Brophy was on what was shaping up to be a pole-worthy run. All that to be invalidated by the penalty. We'll see how Jason can do here on his second attempt. He would only have one more left after this. This is where things start to get a little interesting. Strong first lap. 39.266 from Brophy. Safely into the 229 number for miles per hour on that lap. $39.347. 228.734 miles an hour on his second attempt. I'm sorry, his second lap. Certainly the second attempt. Just looking at Jason's run from earlier, that was invalidated. So relative to this run, he's actually up 0.004 of a percent, of a second. Lap 3 in the books, 39.454. Well into the 228 range still for lap 3. Now this one's a little slower than the lap 3 that he put out there last time. So cumulatively, I think he's just a touch off his pace from this morning. Still a very solid run as Jason Brophy brings that number 88 machine off of turn 4 down the front stretch to complete his second qualifications attempt here at the Hoosier 500. It jumps up. It's a 228.405 mile an hour run. Second fastest on the day for Jason Brophy. He slots in right behind Robert Mletchka in second provisionally, just ahead of Alex Van de Sant. All right, Jason, that run sets you provisionally second fastest right now in the field, 228.405 miles per hour. Next to qualify now, the number 72, Matt Taylor, will ask that you please reset your vehicle, get out of the car, then get back in, and then join us at the end of the pit lane, please. All right, you are free to take to the track. Have a good run. So Matt Taylor heads out onto the racetrack. He is the first driver to have run for a second time today. First driver to run for a second time that is withdrawing a time. Jason Brophy did not have a time when he ran just a moment ago. Matt Taylor did have a time. He was in the top 20. He's now withdrawn that time. And this is the only time he'll have to stand on. First lap in the books. It's a 39.285, so a very good first lap in the 229 mile an hour range. Four and a half hours left in qualifications right now. Pole day qualifications. Second lap of 39.379. Still well into the 228 mile an hour mark. We'll see if Matt can hold on to the 228 mark on lap 3. It was really not until lap 4 that he had significant issues. If you were here talking with Gary Godso before we got done with the Group 2 qualifications segment, we noted that Matt had the worst fourth lap of any driver that was currently in the field of 33. So we know that this part might be a handful for him. We'll see how he gets through the last two corners of the lap here. The smallest adjustments with the hands. Trying to be so smooth. Trying to be careful not to get the curves, but get that car down for the most part as low as possible. Looked pretty good from Matt there. Looked better than the last time. And it's better indeed. Last time out on his fourth lap, it was a 39.79 second lap. This time, a 39.618. So on a completed qualifications run for Matt Taylor, he moves into the top 10, bumping Andrew Marquez just outside. So a solid run for Matt Taylor. His second time out. He'll be pleased with that. Moves himself into the top 10 with a 228.196 mile an hour effort. Nice run, Matt. That was your second attempt, and it put you in the top 10 provisionally. Currently 10th at 228.196 miles per hour. All right, the next car up will be Hunter Smith. Hunter, if you please reset your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane and wait for further instruction. All right, you're clear to take the track. Good luck, my friend. So Hunter Smith on the pace now. Hunter making his first attempt of the day. A Little Eagle Racing Machine. I don't think we got a paint for Hunter. I know that's not, I don't think that's the car that he normally drives. First lap for Hunter, a 39.344. Well into the 228 mile an hour range. In addition to representing Little Eagle Racing, Hunter running P1 Broadcasting as one of his sponsors. Close partner of the Elite Racing League, where Hunter does a lot of racing. He's also a pilot here in Indianapolis. Second lap, almost exactly 1/10 slower. That's not a bad drop off. 39.449. He's still in the 228s on his second lap. Lost a little bit more there. That one dropped off 0.2 of a second from the last lap, down to about a 2:27 flat on the speed chart. If his current run held right exactly where he's at, he'd be inside the top 20, but still have a difficult fourth lap to contend with here. We'll see how Hunter fares. He brings it off turn 4 and down the front stretch at the world's greatest race course. So Hunter's run is complete. 31st quick at the moment. An average just over 227.6 across the 4 laps. All right, Hunter, your run's complete. 31st fastest at the moment. 4-lap average at 227.638. Next car to qualify, 812 Marco Brazil. Marco, please reset your car and then rejoin us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Marco, you're free to take to the track. And just a reminder, you must maintain 200 miles an hour minimum speed throughout the warm-up lap. You are free to take to the track. For anybody who was watching or who was not watching with us earlier, Marco Brazil, he did get about halfway through his run when we had to call him off. We had record that his speed had dropped below 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. You must maintain that minimum speed throughout the entire warm-up lap. So it was about in this area where we'd realized when Marco crossed the start-finish line to begin his warm-up lap, he was actually at about 196, 197 miles an hour. So he immediately disqualified himself upon starting the warm-up lap. This time, he looks to be in good shape. Warm-up lap cranking along. And we'll get to watch one of the iRacing community's most dedicated, quickest drivers, Marco Brazil, begins his qualifications attempt, his second run here at the PRI Hoosier 500. So, first lap in the books for Marco. It's a 228.885 by time. That's a 39.321. Good lap. Any lap to kick things off in the low threes, I think, is going to be fairly solid. Second lap, 39.425. So Marco remains in the 228 range. Marco brings us through turn 4 on the third lap. Let's do it right along. I'd like to see how much these guys are working in the cockpit. On a good run, you'd hope not very much. 39.530 the third lap, steady enough. A little bit of RPM dip there. It seemed like maybe the back end of that car unsettled a bit through what can be a bumpy part of that lower lane in turn 2. There's a bit of a depression that can certainly upset the dynamic of the car, and Marco hits the wall on the exit of turn 3. And this is going to put a hurt on the second qualifying attempt for Marco Brazil. He is only going to have one attempt left after this. It's a 40.240 on the final lap for Marco. And unfortunately, that's only going to put him 39th quick. He is not inside the field of 33, and he only has one attempt remaining for the entire weekend. All right, Marco, at the conclusion of your attempt here, that put you 39th fastest. Your average speed, 227.106. So currently you're 39th. You have one attempt remaining for the weekend. All right, the next driver to qualify, the 66 of Cam Dance. Cam, you can place yourself on pit lane. Come visit us at the end of pit road for further instruction. All right, you are free to qualify. Have a good time. So we're on track now. Sorry, I was muted there. Cameron Dance completing his first lap right now. It looked like he may have had some wall contact on the exit of turn 2. We'll see what this time looks like. So lap 1 for Cam. 228.114. That was a 39.454 second lap. Two laps in the books for Cam, and I have to think, it looked like a pretty significant wall contact. I feel like that car is a bit compromised. Coming around to complete his first qualifications attempt. Cameron Dance at the line. It's a 39.571 4-lap average. Average speed 227.441. That's 34th quick for Cameron. And again, I think he's got a little bit more left in that car. I don't think that was his best run after what was at the very least a very close call on the exit of turn 2 on the first lap, if not a wall contact. Cameron motored through, puts the car just outside the field of 33 right now. And of course, he's got 2 more attempts remaining. All right, Cam, your run comes out to 34th quickest right now, 227.441 miles per hour, and you have 2 more attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. So the next car on track will be the 24 of Colin Hile. Colin, please reset and then hop back in your car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Colin, you may take to the track. Good luck. So Colin takes to the track in his number 24 entry. Driving for Little Eagle Racing. This is his first qualifications attempt. right on the edge of that 200-mile-an-hour mark, riding about 201, 202 most of the time through the south chute. But he's on it now. He's safe. And motoring through this warm-up lap. So Colin on his first attempt. Sponsorship from Octane Artworks and Tachycardia Racing. First time across the line here with a timed lap, 39.361. That's a lap speed, 228.653. So we'll see if he can hang on to the 228-mile-an-hour realm for lap 2. Right around with Colin here as he makes his way through his second lap of his first qualifications attempt. 39.469. So he does stay in the 228 for lap 2. Pretty important if you want a chance at making this field. See if we can see anything with the sliding at the back of this car. You hear a little RPM drop there. Middle off of turn 4 with Colin. And he did have a steeper fall off on that lap. He went and dropped about 14 hundredths. He only lost a tenth from lap 1 to lap 2. So we'll see how those rear tires hold up. Last lap at 227.25 miles an hour. Yeah, you can see that car is free. Well, doing a good job, but man, it's back end really wants to come around. That is a good job by Colin Hile getting it to the line. 39.754. His 4-lap average time is the 39.547. That puts him right on the bubble. 33rd fastest right now for Colin Hile. 227.577 miles per hour. All right, Colin, your run was 33rd quick, so you're on the bubble right now. After your qualifications attempt, you've got 2 attempts remaining. Next to qualify, the number 99, Ricky Paz. Ricky, please reset your car. Reset and then hop back in. And then meet us at the end of the pit lane. All right, you are clear to take to the track. Best of luck. So Ricky out to make his first qualifications attempt. Seems to have safely navigated the out lap and the warm-up lap. And we have a ton of cars backed up in this qualifications queue. Probably the most I've ever seen since doing this. Ricky makes it through. Completes the warm-up lap. And on to his first set of timed laps. First lap, a 39.349. So Ricky into the mid to high 228 range. I just counted. We've got 21 drivers on standby looking to make a qualifications temp in open qualifying. So it is definitely going to be a busy final 4 hours down to the final gun at 7:50 p.m. Eastern Time. All runs must be started prior to 7:50 p.m. Eastern. No runs will start after that. Ricky at 39.430. Very tightly bunched there. Not much fall off in those 2 laps. Be interesting to see how he fares on lap 3. Just sending some communications to the Discord. For everybody that might be looking for not just the lap speeds, but the lap times, we should be able to integrate that for tomorrow's show on this lap-by-lap counter. So Ricky completes his 4-lap run. Not much fall off. It was a very consistent run, only 1.6 miles per hour between lap 1 and lap 4. And that is pretty tightly bunched. That puts Ricky Paz 18th fastest with 4 hours to go in pole day. Nice run there, Ricky. Your first attempt puts you 18th fastest. 4-lap average speed of 227.974. You have 2 attempts remaining. All right, the next car to qualify will be the number 80 of Jacob Bradley. Jacob, please reset and then come and join me at the end of the pit lane. All right, you may take to the track. Best of luck. This is your first attempt. The number 80 car, Jacob Bradley, on his first timed lap. Member of the Sim Racing Club at Purdue University. So our first driver from Purdue since the early morning. He starts things off 39.373, 228.583 mile per hour lap. .496 on the second lap. Jacob brings the car through turn 4 on his third lap. This is his first attempt of the weekend. .576 on the third lap. At the line, Jacob at 39.712. That run is right on the bubble. So Jacob Bradley bumps out the previous bubble holder, Shane Coker. And Bradley is now on the bubble, 33rd fastest at 227.622 miles an hour. All right, Jacob, your run is provisionally 33rd quick at 227.622 miles per hour. The next car to qualify will be the 49 of Seb Alexander. Seb, please reset and then hop back in the car and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Seb, the track is all clear. You are free to go for your first attempt. I'm intrigued by this run. I'm looking forward to seeing how Seb does. Put up some nice laps in practice this week. A member of Indy Alliance Racing. You'd expect he'd have some decent speed here. First time out for the driver of the number 67 car. Right on the dot with the outlap timer. Got 1 second to spare. Down to 201 miles per hour through the south end of the track, but he does well to keep it over the 200 mile per hour minimum. He's on the gas now. Hailing from Sweden, Seb Alexander completes his warm-up lap. And now he's on to his first timed lap at the PRI Hoosier 500. Right up against the wall on corner entry. Try to get the best angle down to that apex. Don't want to hit the curb though. Solid first lap. Quiet hands by Alexander. Eases it out to the wall. And it's a strong first lap in the 229 mile an hour range. That one timed at 39.292 seconds. Looks like a little tiny bobble there in turn 2. But anytime you can get that first lap under a 39.3, you'll be doing pretty well for yourself to kick the run off. And then it's all about what you can do to manage the nerves from there on out. Alexander brings it off of turn 4 down the front stretch for the second time in this run. Yeah, it did seem as if that bobble in turn 2 hurt him. 39.4, he drops down to 228.421. Relative to his first lap, he lost a little bit more than a tenth, but not terrible. Pretty clean through turn 3 each time. I'll be very interested to hear how the RPMs fare coming off of turn 4 on this final lap. It's a 39.514 on lap 3. Quite a bit of burn on that one. He's dropped into the 227s on lap 3 in terms of average lap speed. Let's see how he fares in the north end. Did well to shepherd the car through the final corner. Down the front stretch for Alexander. Seb making his first run of the weekend. It's a 39.630 on the final lap, and that'll put him 15th quickest in the field so far. Seb Alexander, an average speed across the 4 laps, just a shade over 228. All right, nicely done, Seb. Your run puts you currently 15th on the order right now. Next to qualify will be the 65 of Micah On. Micah, please reset and then come join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Micah, you may now take to the track. Good luck. should be all set now. Micah making his way through the out lap. This will be his first attempt of the weekend. Rolling through lap 2, the number 65 machine, Micah On. Member of 10/10th Sim Racing, driving the Mazzoni Center and the Trevor Project Delara IR18. Second lap for Micah in the 226 range. And how about this, folks? Just got a request for our pole sitter to rejoin the queue and make an additional qualifications attempt. Robert Mletchka has requested an attempt. Now we've got a lot of cars to go until we get to him, but that is a heck of a move. Excited to see what Rob can throw down if he makes an additional attempt. Third lap, 225.819 for Micah On. One more lap to go in his first attempt of the weekend. That is it for Micah's run. A 40.034 equates to 224.8 miles per hour on lap 4. All right, Micah, that is the conclusion of your attempt. It was 47th fastest at this current moment. You have 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. All right, next to qualify be the number 26 of Michael Robinson. Michael, please present your car in the pit lane and come join us at the end of pit road. All right, the track is all yours. Good luck on your qualifications attempt. So Michael is hard out of the gates. No worries here about minimum speed on the warm-up lap. First lap in the books. Time for Michael Robinson, a 39.751, 226.4 miles per hour. Michael Robinson driving for Hutch Sport Phantom Racing. Sponsorship from JVM Graphics, All-Star 15 TV, the NDNT Podcast, and the WWM Podcast. .808 on the second lap, so just 0.05 on the fall off, which is very good. Unfortunately, that first couple sets, the first two laps there, generally not going to be quick enough to make it into this field. You need to be in the 228s. Michael right now in the 226s. Third lap, 39.976. And just one more corner to go. Michael brings it home safely off of turn 4, down the front stretch at IMS for the last time in this qualifying attempt. And he does touch the 42nd bracket on the final lap. The completed run slots him in 52nd thus far. There have been 55 cars set speeds officially in today's qualifications. All right, Michael, that brings a conclusion to your first qualifications attempt. Currently, you are 52nd. You have 2 qualification attempts remaining for the weekend. The next driver to come out, the 84, Casey Petsky. Casey, you may present your car on the pit lane and join us at the pit exit line. All right, Casey, the track is all yours. Best of luck. So the 84 car heading out on track. He crashed on his 4th lap earlier today. That was at about 9 a.m. Eastern time. So Casey making his second run here. He is going to push it very close on the outlap. I do not think he's going to make it, folks. He is not going to make it. Casey, unfortunately, the 60 seconds to complete the outlap has already expired. So, unfortunately, your run is over at this time. All right, the next car up to qualify, the 420 of Jeff Drake. Jeff, you may present your car to the pit lane and come join us at the pit exit line. The track is all yours, buddy. Have a great run. Always tough to see a moment like we saw with Casey Petsky. Just became apparent as he came through the North Chute he was not going to make the time it took. So Jeff Drake takes to the track. He's on his first timed lap in his first attempt at this year's Hoosier 500, a mainstay in the iRacing IndyCar community. Very quick first lap from Jeff Drake. A 39.261, 229.235 miles an hour. And the only thing that's been a little questionable is Jeff's popping in and out on some internet quality. You hope that doesn't come back to have any adverse effects, but I'm pretty sure that's the quickest first lap that we've had in qualifications so far. Let's see what he does on lap 2. .36, high 228s, mid 228s, solidly in the field right now and contending for the top spot on the grid. Jeff Drake, as mentioned, a veteran in this community, driving for Powerslide Motorsports, sponsored by Majors Garage, driving a Grant King Racing, Grant King Race Shops livery, as he generally does. Third lap was a 39.461. Still in the 228s. We'll see on the fourth lap, can Jeff bring it home and what this run's going to look like. Down under the white line. Gets the car settled before turn 4. Right down to the curb. Might have clipped it just a little bit. He comes off turn 4 down the front stretch. .577. Fifth fastest for Jeff Drake on his first attempt. So Jeff moves the 420 car into the top 5. A solid run. All right, Jeff, after your first attempt, you are 5th quickest. Average speed of 228.334 on your first attempt. All right, the next car to qualify, the 56 of Christian Steele. Christian, you can present your car on the pit lane. Come join us at the pit exit line. All right, Christian, the track is yours. This is your second attempt. So Christian Steele, driver for Team I5G, longtime veteran of the iRacing IndyCar community, makes his way through his warm-up lap. So Christian Steele, second attempt. You expect this to be a quick first lap in the 229s, I'd imagine. Right on the edge, but it's there, 229.019. Good start from the I5G driver. .386 on the second lap. Steele well within the 228 range for lap 2. Let's see what lap 3 has in store. 39.478. So that one just barely dips into the 227s. Still a very honorable lap on the third time around. See a little bit of hand wiggle on the exit of turn 2. There's a depression up against the wall, or it will jerk the wheel around in your hands a little bit. Smooth through turn 3. Early entry into turn 4. Steele guides it off of turn 4 down the front stretch, and let's see where he nets out. It's a 39.589. That puts Christian 11th quickest thus far. 228.208 mile an hour average run. All right, Christian, that was your second attempt. You are 11th fastest so far. 228.208 miles per hour. All right, Oliver Zigowitz, you may reset and then present your car at the end of the pit lane for your qualifications attempt. All right, Oliver, the track is yours. Have a great run. You may begin your qualifications attempt now. First run of the day for the driver from Germany, piloting the 89 car. Oliver driving the Fossil Chevrolet for Crown Racing. 3 hours and 15 minutes left in Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day. We got started at just a little after 6 a.m. Eastern Time. It's now 4:35. And still got a bunch of cars in the qualifying queue, close to 15. First lap, a 39.754. 226.392 miles an hour. First lap for Oliver Zigowitz, the driver from Germany. .806. The time for Oliver's second lap. His first attempt here at the Hoosier 500 to qualify. So that completes the run for Oliver. 4 timed laps. Have an average speed of 226.001. All right, Oliver, that brings an end to your qualifications attempt. You had a 4-lap average time of 39.823, average speed of 226 miles an hour. That is 52nd fastest thus far. You have 2 attempts remaining. All right, the next driver to qualify will now be the 555 Luca Conti. You may reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Luca, the track is yours. Good luck on your first attempt. Unfortunately, Luca, you are underneath the 200 mile an hour minimum speed for the warm-up lap, and we're going to have to call off your qualifying attempt for being under the minimum speed for the warm-up lap. Yeah, unfortunately, Luca, when you took the when you went first time by to begin your warm-up lap, you were already under the 200 mile an hour minimum speed. Unfortunately, for the entire warm-up lap, you must be at 200 miles per hour or higher. So unfortunately, you lost that attempt, but you still have 2 additional attempts remaining to make qualifications tries throughout the rest of the weekend. The next driver to qualify will be the 189 of Ryan Campbell. You may reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Ryan, you are cleared to take to the track. Good luck. Ryan Campbell makes it across the line in time. Currently maintaining over 200 miles per hour on the warm-up lap. This is his first attempt of the weekend. .42.650. The warm-up time for Ryan Campbell, now starting his first official laps of his first qualifications attempt at this year's PRI Hoosier 500. Campbell driving the appropriately named Campbell Special. Piloting a Honda for Rogue Racing. And look at that speed. Ryan Campbell puts down the fastest first lap of the day. 39.254 seconds. And that's a 229.276 mile an hour first lap. So Ryan Campbell laying down the gauntlet early on. Second lap, 39.384. So he does have a 1300th drop off, more than a tenth, but obviously still sitting in pretty good shape. .462 on the third lap, so still within the 228 mile an hour range. This is a great run from Ryan Campbell right here. Had less fall off between laps 2 and 3 than he did laps 1 and 2. Can he bring it home here on the fourth lap? Right on board. How does he make it through turn 4? Keeps the RPMs wound up pretty nicely. It's a 39.622 on the final lap. So he did drop another 1600ths from the third lap. Still good for 10th fastest for Ryan Campbell. A very nice run, including the fastest lap of the day. Nice run, Ryan. That is 10th fastest so far. a 228.250 mile an hour average speed for your run. All right, the next driver to qualify is the 25 car Brendan Lichtenberg. Brendan, if you could reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane, we will see you out for your next attempt. All right, Brendan, you may take to the track for your second qualifications attempt. So Brendan Lichtenberg withdrawing the 16th fastest time of the day so far to go out and re-qualify. He becomes the 6th driver to make a second qualifications attempt. Exactly 3 hours remain in Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day here at the PRI Hoosier 500. So Lichtenberg cleanly through the out lap, motoring through his warm-up lap. And on his way to the front stretch to take his second attempt at qualifying for the PRI Hoosier 500. Watching Brendan work. An early corner entry. I've seen that on a couple of these I5G cars. Let's see what this first lap's all about. Very strong. 39.276. That puts him over 229 miles an hour. We'll see what he can maintain on lap 2. Right up against the short chute wall. Clean off of turn 4. And a solid second lap. 39.377 seconds. Well within the 228 mile an hour range. Gets the car down early, a little tight on the exit of turn 2 there on the third lap. You can watch the rear end of this car. Fairly planted. Looked like it was a bit difficult to get that car to find its way through the middle of the corner in turn 2 last time through. We'll see how it looks on the fourth lap. Bit of an RPM drop there. It was a 39.496 on his third lap, a high 227. Turns 3 and 4 have been a little bit easier for this car. Brendan having to dance it through the corner a little bit. He's clean through turn 4, though, and this will be a completed run. He was 16th fastest when he withdrew his previous time. And he improves by 1 spot. So Brendan Lichtenberg will now be 15th. It's a 228.138 4-lap average. He ran a 49.453 second run on his first attempt. 39. 39.453. This time out, 39.450. So he gained a few thousandths of a second. All right, Brendan. Gained a few thousandths of a second across the 4 laps there. You did improve from 16th before you went out to 15th on the fastest 33 sheet right now. So 15th quickest provisionally. All right, next to qualify, the 83 of AJ Musselman. You may now present your car on pit lane and join us at the end of pit road. All right, AJ, the track is yours. Well, actually, please hold. It does look like we are underneath the 5-minute threshold. And usually we don't send cars after 5 minutes. So what we're going to do, if you don't mind, AJ, we will have you start off the next session. Since we are underneath the 5-minute threshold and we usually don't send new runs at that point, we'll have you kick off the next session. We'll have you jump over into the next session. And before we head out of here, I will post the current queue. So please hold. Let me type that up. So that is where we stand presently. AJ Musselman in the 83 will kick us off. Craig Forsyth in the 99 will be second in the next session. The 742 of Jackson Loving will be third. The 124, Rafael Leon, will be fourth. And the 41 car, Trent Curtis, will be fifth. Hop on over to the new session when it opens in 3 minutes at the top of the hour. And we'll resume open qualifying at the PRI Hoosier 500. Just under 3 hours left in Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day.
I got a question. Can we use the rest of the session as a practice session?
Yes, that is permitted. All right, folks, so while we transition over, we'll take just a brief moment, get into the new session, and resume open qualifying in just a few minutes here, live on the PRI Hoosier 500 YouTube channel. It's Pole Day Qualifications, live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And welcome back to Pole Day Qualifications. The last couple hours that we'll spend here on the Hoosier 500 YouTube channel at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure to head over to the Performance Racing Industry PRI Facebook or YouTube pages, where we will have primetime final hour coverage of Pole Day live on the PRI channels. So you won't want to miss that. It'll be an awesome broadcast produced by Race Spot TV with Arjuna Kankapati producing the show, Gary Godso on commentary with Arjuna, and we'll also have driver analyst Andrew Wood. So very excited for that show. I'll be happy to hand things off to them when that time comes for sure. But until then, time to get ready. We got more open qualifying here on Swift Penguin Creations Pole Day. All right, folks, we are all set to get started. Continuing the qualifications queue. Driver the number 83, AJ Musselman. You can present your car on the pit lane and come visit us at the pit exit line. All right, we're doing it for real this time. AJ, the track is all yours for your qualifications attempt. Good luck. So AJ Musselman completing his warm-up lap, and he is on it. First lap, Musselman pulls the car down to the white line, just over it. Actually has both left sides well over it. .301, that's a 229-mile-an-hour lap. If you get to 39.3, that's basically a 229 on the speed charts, and that's a good start to your run. AJ Musselman been a part of this race in the past, a veteran driver now in the iRacing IndyCar community of multiple years, making his first attempt of the weekend here. Second lap, 39.391. Close to the mid 228 range. Little bit of an RPM dip there. Not too bad coming off turn 4, but on the third lap, a little bit worrisome. 39.484, so he's just under the 228 mile an hour mark for lap 3, but this is still a solid run. A little dodgy through turn 2 there, and we'll see if he can keep this under a 39.6 on the final lap. If he can do that, be a pretty solid run. He's currently at a 228.4 average right now. We'll see how he shakes out by the end. Not bad through the north end of the track. Solid first attempt for AJ Musselman. He does keep it underneath the 39.6 barrier on the final lap. That puts AJ 14th fastest after his first attempt here at Swift Penguin Creations Qualifications weekend. Nice run there, AJ. That puts you provisionally 14th fastest, 228.193 miles per hour. You've got 2 attempts remaining for the weekend. All right, the next driver to qualify will be the number 99, Craig Forsyth. Craig, please reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Craig, you're free to begin your attempt. Best of luck. So Craig Forsyth grabs the gear, makes it through the outlap and the tricky part of the warm-up lap procedure. Everybody's pushing the limits, obviously. They want to save as much tire life as possible, so they take it easy on the warm-up lap. Craig completes the warm-up lap and on to his first timed lap of Qualifications weekend. First lap for Craig at 39.378. We'll pull up the current run report for Mr. Forsyth. 228.554 on the first lap. .477 on the second lap. He's just underneath 228 miles an hour. Third lap, about mid 227 at 39.565 as Craig Forsyth brings it around his final lap in this qualifications attempt. Brings it down into turn 3. Leaves a little bit on corner exit. But a safe run for Craig Forsyth. He'll have that one under his belt. And 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend as he finishes lap 4. .36th quick for Craig Forsyth. 226.763 on the final lap. And a 227.691 average. All right, Craig, your 4-lap average comes out to 36th currently on the speed charts. 227.691 miles per hour across your 4 laps. You have 2 attempts remaining for the weekend. Next driver to take to the track, number 742, Jackson Loving. You may present your car on the pit lane and join us at the pit exit line. All right, Jackson, you may roll out and begin your attempt. Best of luck. Jackson Loving, 742 car, one of the last remaining sim racing club at Purdue team members that we've yet to see so far today. Jackson making his first attempt. We'll say it looked like Jackson was a little slow to be up to full pace coming down the front stretch to end his out lap. Or I'm sorry, his warm-up lap, and started this first lap a little slower than you'd want. It's a 39.507 first lap. Ooh, very close to the outside wall on corner exit of turn 1. Now let's ride along. It looks like a bit of a handful here for Jackson. Makes it through without hitting anything. Into turn 3. A little more active than you would like this early on in the run. Down into turn 1. Doesn't get as far underneath the white line. So a little darty coming out of the corners, but that looked a little bit better. Apologies, need to put Jackson's timing up. About to complete his third lap here. 39.572, so he bounced back from what was a sketchy second lap where he lost quite a bit of time. More smooth on this lap as well, so it's now looking more and more like that second lap. It's just a bit of an outlier. Perhaps he made an error with the in-car adjustments, perhaps. Went the wrong way that he was supposed to go. That was a little bit of an RPM drop in turn 3. And maybe a bit of a touch coming out of there on turn 4. So Jackson's going to feel like there might be a little bit more left in this car by the end of this run, which he just completes with a 39.688 on the final lap. So that gives him a 39.638 4-lap timed average. It's a 227.053 on the speed chart. All right, Jackson, with your first completed run, you're currently 50th on the time charts. You have 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. All right, next to qualify is Rafael Leon. If you could reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane, we'll send you out for your next run. All right, Rafael, the track is yours. Good luck on your first attempt of the event. So Rafael Leon on his first attempt of the weekend, driving for Luke Mansky Racing Esports, sponsored by iCoaching and iPredictor. So Rafael, his first lap under speed. It's a 39.354. It's a nice high 228, mid to high. 228.693 for the driver of the number 124 car. Already 2 laps down for the American for Luke Mansky Racing Esports. Apologies. A little bit of a input error there. On the second lap, it's a 39.462, so he is still within the 228 mile an hour range. That's kind of the first prerequisite you got to hit to have a chance at making this field. Third lap coming to a close. Where does he stand now? It's a 39.571, so he's down into the 227s, a mid 227 at that. Current average is a 228.0. If he stopped right now, he'd be somewhere around 20th with that 228.066. But you know it's going to come down. There's always a bit more fall off on the fourth lap. He brings it cleanly off of turn 4 and down the front stretch. Let's see where he nets out. It's a 39.676, and that slides him just inside the cut line. 32nd fastest for Rafael Leon. 227.757 miles an hour, the 4-lap average speed. And on his first attempt, he finds his way into the field. All right, Rafael, with that run, you are 32nd quick thus far. 4-lap average at 227.757. Next to qualify, the 41 of Trent Curtis. Trent, please reset. And then when you get back in the car, join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Trent, the track is yours for qualifying. So it's Trent Curtis making his first run at the PRI Hoosier 500. .874 the first lap, 225.711 miles an hour. Driving under the Trent Curtis Racing banner. Second lap, it is slower. 40.108. Three laps in the books, and Trent's going to end up in the wall on the exit of turn 2, and that'll bring a premature end to his run. All right, Trent, you still have 2 qualification attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. Next up will be the driver of the 120 car, Edson Santos. Edson, you may enter your car and proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, Edson, you may head out onto the racetrack for your first attempt to qualify. Good luck. So he flirted with danger a little bit, but he made it through both the out lap timer and the warm-up lap minimum speed. Edson Santos now on his first timed lap at the PRI Hoosier 500. First lap for Edson Santos, a 39.419. So inside the 228 range. Second lap, Edson lost just about 1/10 on the time chart. From his first lap to his second lap, he's in the 227 3/4 range. Let's see how lap 3 is. A 39.62, so he lost just over 1/10 from lap 2 to lap 3. Currently a 227.72 4-lap average, which that on the mark would be right on the bubble. But you assume Edson won't be able to hang on to that, as this fourth lap will likely take him down outside the field of 33. And the final lap, a 39.842. It does push him outside the field of 33. He's currently 49th overall on the speed charts. We've had a total of 64 drivers make a qualification attempt today. Okay, Edson, with your first qualifying attempt, you are 49th overall. Your average speed was 227.267. All right, the next car to qualify is the 812 of Marco Brazil. Marco, you may enter your car now. Proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, Marco, this is your third and final qualifying attempt for the event. The track is yours. Good luck. So he's going for it, folks. Marco Brazil, the first driver to a third qualifying attempt for this year's PRI Hoosier 500. He will not have a chance to qualify tomorrow. We know Marco, he will always go for it. And I think he puts a lot of value in starting in the front half of the field. If he's going to do this, he wants to do it on a Saturday qualifying time and grid ahead of all of the day 2 qualifiers. And it looks like Marco went underneath the 200-mile-an-hour mark. We're going to have to check that. And he hits the wall anyway. Marco, unfortunately, your car did go underneath the 200-mile-per-hour mark on the warm-up lap. So, unfortunately, we have to terminate your third and final attempt at qualification. Wow. Tough break there for Marco Brazil, a 3-time starter of this race. Will not be part of the Hoosier 500 next weekend. All right. The next driver to qualify, the number 90 of Logan Edwards. Logan, you may present your car. Reset, I'm sorry. And then present your car at the end of the pit lane. Please reset, please. All right, Logan, you are free to take to the track. This is your second attempt, and you're withdrawing your previous time. Good luck. Tough break for Marco Brazil. We know he puts a lot of effort into these events, and unfortunately, procedurally, it just did not go right for him today. And that's how quickly things can turn on you here at Indianapolis and at the PRI Hoosier 500. Logan Edwards comes right up against that 200-mile-an-hour mark himself. A lot of these guys, it almost feels unnecessarily pushing it close to that 200-mile-an-hour mark. There's been multiple drivers busted for that today and have lost attempts. Seems like quite a risk to take. For not a lot of payoff if you're talking about just a few miles an hour difference. Nonetheless, it's Logan Edwards on his second attempt. He pulled the 36th fastest time. Requalifying. He'll have one more attempt at his disposal after this if he so chooses to use it later on. Let's see how this first lap goes. 39.334. So a solid first lap. High 228s for Logan Edwards. Much better than the 39.369 that he put on the board for his first lap earlier in the day. So some progress there. A respectable second lap, still in the 228s, 39.429. So a steady start for Edwards. Driving the number 90 machine. Another driver for Luke Mansky Racing Esports. Piloting the iPredictor Honda. $39.528 on third lap. So into the mid 227s now. Bringing it around, Logan Edwards at the line. Completes his qualifying attempt, and it is an improvement from 36th to 26th. 39.492. The 4-lap timed average, a 227.897, the speed average. All right, Logan, on your second attempt, you actually improved 10 spots. You went from 36th to 26th. Your 4-lap average speed, 227.897. So you have one more attempt remaining for the weekend if you so choose to use it. The next car to qualify would be the number 91, Robert Mletchka. Rob, if you could please reset. If you could reset the car and then join us at the end of the pit lane, we'll get you started on your next attempt. All right, you are free to qualify for your second attempt. So you'll see now, Jason Brophy becomes